Copyright web novel. Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Admission Notice. Henry sat in the garden, his gaze drifting past the meticulously arranged refreshments on the table to settle on an owl perched on the distant fence. Such a sight felt out of place. Owls did visit the Buckingham Palace gardens from time to time, yet this one had arrived in the full light of afternoon, far from their usual nocturnal habits. Before the bird could fully settle, several corgis bounded across the lawn, their short legs pumping with delight as they raced toward it. Even more curiously, the owl merely shifted its perch from one spot to another, showing no sign of fleeing despite the eager pursuit. "Henry, dear," his grandmother Elizabeth murmured, setting a bone china teacup gently on its saucer, "your tea is growing cold." He blinked, drawn back to the table draped in fine linen. A silver three-tiered stand held neat rows of miniature sandwiches, warm scones, and an array of delicate pastries. "Sorry, Grandma." Henry offered a quick smile, lifting a small round sandwich and biting into it. Sweet and tart strawberry jam filled the center. His early maturity born of transmigration had only deepened the special affection between them. Elizabeth doted on him openly, often summoning him for these private afternoon teas. To her, he remained the most endearing of grandsons. His father Charles felt the sting of envy, though he never interfered with the Queen's quiet joy in her favourite grandchild. Certain unexpected events had prompted Charles to marry Diana 2 years ahead of schedule, and Henry had arrived as the firstborn of that union. Over the years, through his quiet, persistent efforts, the marriage had flourished in ways few could have predicted. The young man was strikingly handsome. Unlike his father, who had inherited a blend of both parents' less fortunate features, Henry carried the finest traits of many lines. More than mere good looks, his resemblance to great-grandfather George VI had captured Elizabeth's heart completely. "How did today's lessons go?" Elizabeth asked softly, lifting a scone to her plate. Though Henry studied under private tutors, she never failed to inquire about his days. Even after 70 years in this world, transmigrated into England as the Crown Prince's eldest son, he still faced rigorous schooling. The curriculum demanded as much, if not more, than anything from his previous life. "Mathematics was engaging," Henry replied after swallowing. "We're working through geometric proofs. In history, we covered the Tudor dynasty, and I found myself thinking about the tapestries at Hampton Court Palace." His sentence broke off. An owl plunged from above, sweeping low over the tea table. A thick parchment envelope dropped like a stone, landing precisely beside the pastry stand in front of him. Elizabeth's hand stilled. Shadows in the garden stirred as security personnel moved to intervene, but a single subtle gesture from the Queen halted them. The owl did not retreat far. It circled once, then alighted gracefully on the marble rim of the courtyard fountain, head cocked as though waiting. "Paul!" Elizabeth called quietly. A tall, handsome servant stepped forward and inclined his head. Henry knew him well, Paul, his grandmother's most trusted attendant. Paul approached, white-gloved hands lifting the envelope with care. In the sunlight, the deep red wax seal shone clearly, a prominent capital H encircled by 4 creatures: lion, badger, eagle, and serpent, each rendered in quiet dignity. Paul bowed. "Your Majesty, the envelope bears our current address and is directed to His Highness Henry. The sender is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Henry stared. No. He had prepared himself to inherit the mantle of imperial succession, yet here came an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He felt certain the year was 1991. J.K. Rowling had not yet penned her masterpiece. No one would dare play such an elaborate prank on the royal family. A system frozen at 99% progress had already seemed absurd enough. He had never imagined a twist of this magnitude. He glanced at his grandmother, expecting astonishment, but her expression remained perfectly composed. "Grandma," Henry ventured. "You don't seem surprised." Elizabeth gave a small wave. Paul understood at once, placing the letter on the table before retreating to a discreet yet accessible distance. "Open it," she said. "The letter is addressed to you." Henry lifted the envelope, broke the seal, and unfolded the thick parchment. Headmaster Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Your Highness, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. With sincerest regards and best wishes. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Henry refolded the letter with deliberate calm and slipped it back into the envelope. Elizabeth raised her teacup, sipped her black tea, and spoke in her measured, elegant way. In the month I ascended the throne, a most unusual visitor sought me in secret. Her eyes drifted toward the horizon, as though following a thread through decades. He introduced himself as the Minister for Magic, the head of government in the wizarding world. You can imagine my astonishment. No one had ever mentioned such an office to me. She turned her smile on Henry. He explained the international statute of secrecy and the careful balance maintained between our two worlds for centuries. Henry's eyes widened. Elizabeth continued evenly. Royal family records show that witches and wizards have appeared among us before, though always in distant branches. You are the first direct heir to the throne to manifest magical ability. She set her cup down, her gaze sharpening with quiet gravity. This letter confirms that you carry the ancient trait in your blood. As heir to the throne, you now face circumstances unlike any before. The owl on the fountain gave a soft, timely hoot, as if gently pressing for an answer. The corgis yipped and bounced in reply. So how do we respond? Henry asked. Elizabeth did not answer at once. Her eyes travelled the length of the garden to where Buckingham Palace's stone walls stood solemn and golden in the afternoon light. After a long pause she spoke again. We shall meet Headmaster Dumbledore. But first she turned to Paul. Prepare royal letterhead and my personal seal. Inform Kensington Palace that a family meeting will take place tonight. Charles and Diana must both be present. Paul bowed in acknowledgement, and Elizabeth continued. Also, instruct the kitchens to prepare fresh poultry. This messenger has chosen to carry out his duty in daylight and deserves every courtesy. Once Paul had vanished around the garden path, Elizabeth looked back at Henry. Write your reply to Hogwarts, Henry, she said gently. Tell the headmaster that Buckingham Palace awaits his visit tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. At her nod Paul produced paper and pen. The pen's mother-of-pearl barrel caught the light as Henry took it. How should I phrase it, ma'am? He asked, turning to the Queen. Elizabeth shook her head with a faint smile. The letter is yours, Henry. Yet perhaps it might begin, Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, Buckingham Palace has received your letter and would be honoured to invite you to tea in the garden room at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We look forward to discussing admissions then. Sincerely, Henry. Henry wrote the words exactly as she suggested, the pen moving smoothly across the page. Is this suitable? He passed the finished note to her. Elizabeth's eyes lingered on garden room for a moment. Excellent. Now add the royal arms. From a drawer in the tea table she withdrew a small gold seal, her personal one, reserved for private yet significant correspondence. Paul accepted the letter without a word and carried it toward the fountain. The grey-brown owl tilted its head, amber eyes fixed on the approaching servant. Paul offered a small piece of fresh poultry along with the note. The bird swooped to claim the food, then obligingly extended its legs so Paul could tie the parchment securely. Will it find its way back to Hogwarts? Henry asked despite himself. Wizarding messengers always do, Elizabeth replied, pouring fresh tea. Now let us finish our tea. Diana will arrive soon with William and Harry, and your father. She paused. He returns from Highgrove this evening. Henry reached for another sandwich. His eyes followed the owl as it launched skyward. The bird rose above the garden, circled once among the palace flags, then flew northwest, vanishing swiftly behind the pale grey clouds of a London afternoon. Tea resumed, though the air carried a subtle new weight. Elizabeth asked after his recent writing lessons and spoke of summer plans at Balmoral, her tone as light and ordinary as though no letter from a school of magic had ever arrived. By 4 o'clock, as tea drew to a close, bright childish laughter floated across the garden. Princess Diana entered in a pale blue suit, her 2 young sons trailing behind. William's face brightened at the sight of Henry. The 9-year-old broke into a run. "Henry! Mother says we're all having dinner together tonight." 5-year-old Harry peered curiously from behind Diana, eyes drawn to the pastry stand. Diana offered the Queen a graceful curtsy, then bent to kiss Henry's cheek. "Good afternoon, darling. How has your day been?" Henry glanced at his grandmother. Only after Elizabeth's slight nod did he answer. "Very interesting, Mother. Quite unexpected." Diana caught the layered meaning but merely smiled, turning to guide Harry's small hand away from the nuts on the table. "No, sweetheart, those are for Grandma." Warm family chatter filled the garden as the sun dipped lower, gilding the palace walls. When Paul reappeared and murmured something to Elizabeth, she nodded and addressed them all. "Dinner will be served in the blue drawing room. Diana, please take the boys to change. Henry, you should prepare as well. Charles's car has entered the grounds." Chapter 2, The Dinner. As he dressed for dinner, Henry stood by the window, watching the lights of London gradually illuminate the sprawling city below. His thoughts drifted to Hogwarts Castle, the Sorting Hat, and the magical lessons he had devoured countless times in books from his previous life. This time, however, he was no longer a mere reader, he might soon become an active participant. Complicating matters further, he would step into that enchanted world as the heir to the British throne. A knock at the door pulled him from his reverie. "Your Highness!" Paul's familiar voice called through the wood. "Her Majesty requests your presence in her study before dinner." Henry finished adjusting his dark blue suit, which complemented the deep shade of his eyes, and made his way down the corridor. When he entered the Queen's study, he found his grandmother already changed into an elegant pearl grey suit. She stood by the window with her back to the door, her gaze fixed on the garden as dusk settled over the grounds. "Henry," she said, turning to him while holding a thick book bound in deep red leather, "this is a copy of the royal records compiled during the reign of George III. It contains certain family histories never disclosed to the public." She handed him the volume and opened it to a specific page. On the yellowed parchment, an elegant handwritten entry read: "In the summer of 1789, Prince George of Wales received 3 mysterious visitors at Brighton House. They claimed to be representatives of the wizarding world and provided a detailed explanation of the Statute of Secrecy. His Highness showed great interest in the magical demonstrations, particularly the one involving transfiguration. However, the court physician confirmed that His Highness himself possessed no magical talent, a truly regrettable circumstance." Henry looked up, surprise widening his eyes. "So the royal family has always known about the existence of the wizarding world?" "Only the reigning monarch and a very small circle of core members," Elizabeth replied, closing the book with a soft thud. "As I mentioned earlier, at every change of monarch, the Minister for Magic meets secretly with the new sovereign to reaffirm the agreement. The wizarding world pledges not to interfere in Muggle affairs, non-magical people, as they call them, while the royal family promises to keep their existence hidden." She moved toward the fireplace, where the dancing flames reflected in her eyes. "But you are special, Henry. No direct heir has ever manifested magical talent during childhood. This means you will belong to both worlds at once, carrying the weight of 2 distinct responsibilities." A gentle knock sounded at the study door, and Paul's voice carried through. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Wales has arrived." Elizabeth smiled and straightened her posture. Let us face this interesting evening, dear. Remember, whatever unfolds, you are first and foremost a member of this family, and secondly the heir to the throne. Your magical talent forms a third identity, one that does not replace the first two. The atmosphere at dinner began in harmonious calm, with exquisite silver cutlery and sparkling crystal glasses arrayed along the long table. Charles spoke at length about his latest environmental protection initiatives, while Diana entertained the group with amusing stories of William and Harry's school days. Only when dessert arrived did Elizabeth address the room calmly. This afternoon, Henry received a letter. Everyone froze. Charles set down his fork, his brow creasing slightly. What letter, mother? An acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A profound silence fell over the table. William's eyes widened with open curiosity. What is Hogwarts? Diana's hand trembled, knocking over a water glass. A servant swiftly cleared the spill. A magic school, she echoed softly, her gaze darting between Henry and the Queen. Is this some kind of joke? No, it is not a joke, Elizabeth answered, her voice steady as always. Tomorrow afternoon, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, will visit to discuss Henry's enrollment. Charles's expression shifted from confusion to doubt and then to a flicker of displeasure. Magic? Mother, do you realize how absurd that sounds? Henry is the heir to the throne, he requires a proper education, not some fairy tale. This is no fairy tale, Charles, Elizabeth's gaze sharpened. The magical world truly exists and has maintained a discreet connection with the royal family for centuries. Your great-great-grandfather, Edward VII, even invited the then Minister for Magic to his coronation in complete secrecy, of course. Diana reached out and clasped Henry's hand, her palm felt icy. Is it safe? That school, that magic. According to the records, Hogwarts ranks among the oldest and safest magical schools in Europe, Elizabeth replied. Nevertheless, we must speak with Headmaster Dumbledore to learn every detail before reaching any decision. No, wait, Mother. Charles turned to Elizabeth, doubt clouding his features as though questioning reality itself. So you have always known about the wizarding world, yet kept it from me. I am not withholding it from you, Charlie, Elizabeth said softly. You stand first in line to the throne. Once you ascend the throne, you will naturally learn of the wizarding world. Henry lowered his head, struggling to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He knew his father held the Guinness World Record as the longest-serving heir apparent 70 years and still counting. Ascending the throne? He would have to wait another 30 years at least. Charles drew a deep breath and steered the conversation back to Henry. I do not believe this is wise. Henry's educational path is already mapped, Eton College, followed by St. Andrews University. Sending him suddenly to a magic school will only complicate his future. My future is already complicated, Father, Henry spoke up for the first time, his voice emerging more resolute than he had anticipated. From the moment that Owl arrived in the garden today, my future has never been as straightforward as we planned. All eyes turned to him. Henry pressed on. If magical talent is real and I can truly wield magic, then ignoring this ability or pretending it does not exist would be truly irresponsible. I need to understand it, to master it, regardless of the person I am destined to become. William's small hand tugged at Diana's sleeve. Mom, is Henry going to learn magic? Like in the fairy tales? Diana offered no reply, instead, she drew her youngest son closer, her eyes never leaving Henry. Elizabeth nodded slowly. Henry makes an insightful point. We will learn more after tomorrow's meeting with Headmaster Dumbledore. Until then, I trust tonight's discussion will remain within these walls. Paul has ensured the staff have withdrawn. As dinner drew to a close, Charles called out to Henry, who was about to depart. Henry, his voice carried an unusual gentleness, I am simply worried for you. The responsibilities of the royal family already weigh heavily enough, and now magic. He shook his head. It would become a double burden. Or perhaps a double advantage, father, Henry replied softly. If viewed in the proper light, it might even present an opportunity for the royal family. Charles studied his son for a long moment before finally nodding. I will attend the meeting tomorrow. I wish to meet the headmaster of this magic school in person. Chapter 3, Dumbledore's Visit. The following afternoon filled the garden room of Buckingham Palace with an unusual tension. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting bright dappled patterns across the gleaming long table. The tea service stood ready, yet this gathering bore little resemblance to any ordinary afternoon tea. Elizabeth occupied the head of the table with regal poise, as composed as ever, while her pearl necklace and earrings caught the light in a warm shimmer. To her right sat Philip, who had journeyed from abroad. The old prince, renowned for his forthright manner, now wore a slight frown, arms crossed as he surveyed the room much like a commander assessing troops before a campaign. Charles sat to Elizabeth's left, holding himself upright, though his fingertips tapped restlessly against his knee. Beside him, Diana wore a soft champagne-colored suit that lent her an air of elegance tinged with quiet melancholy. Her gaze rested often on Henry. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he sat quietly to his grandmother's left, his back straight yet far from tense. Why feel nervous about learning magic, after all? William and Harry had not been permitted to attend, the matter did not concern them, and their youth made their presence inappropriate. As the clock chimed precisely 3, the dormant flames in the fireplace erupted with a soft whoosh into brilliant emerald green. Prince Philip straightened abruptly. Charles's fingers stilled. Diana drew a sharp breath. The flames swirled without radiating any heat into the room. Then a tall, slender figure stepped out steadily from the fire, carrying himself as casually as if he had crossed an ordinary doorway. The flames subsided behind him at once, returning to their normal state as though the entire event had been nothing more than an illusion. The newcomer stood tall, his long silvery white hair and beard reaching nearly to his chest. Behind half-moon spectacles, a pair of bright blue eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness. He wore deep purple robes embroidered with tiny silver stars, paired with a matching pointed wizard's hat. Most striking of all was the serene tranquility that seemed to surround him, as though he brought not the jolt of magic but a profound, natural peace. "Good afternoon," he greeted with a slight bow. "Thank you for the invitation. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts." Even Queen Elizabeth, seasoned by decades of state visits, allowed a flicker of surprise to cross her eyes before she recovered and inclined her head. "Headmaster Dumbledore, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please, take a seat." Paul materialized silently, drew out a chair for the visitor, then withdrew into the shadows while keeping his watchful gaze fixed upon the guest. "A most interesting mode of travel," Prince Philip remarked first, his tone direct. "More environmentally friendly than a helicopter, I dare say." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily behind his spectacles. "Indeed, Your Highness. The Flow network offers a rather convenient way to travel, provided one does not mind the occasional bit of soot on one's hands." The light humor helped ease the charged atmosphere. At Elizabeth's subtle signal, a waiter advanced to pour tea for the headmaster. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Elizabeth began, her voice calm and direct, "we received your letter addressed to Henry. It came as both a surprise and a matter requiring careful consideration. As you know, Henry's position is quite unique." Dumbledore listened with full attention, his hands folded neatly before him. "I understand completely, Your Majesty. In the 1,000 years since Hogwarts was founded, it is exceedingly rare for a student of such prominent standing in the Muggle world to receive admission. Ordinarily, every child who displays magical talent, regardless of background, enters the wizarding education system. This practice upholds the international statute of secrecy and supports the proper development of young witches and wizards." "A magical talent?" Charles leaned forward. "How can you be certain Henry possesses one?" Our family has never shown any sign. The emergence of magical ability can be subtle or quite evident, Dumbledore explained gently, turning his gaze toward Henry. It may appear as an unconscious influence over objects, a special affinity with certain magical creatures, or small, inexplicable incidents sparked by strong emotions. Hogwarts maintains an extensive magical network across Britain that records traces of magical fluctuations among all underage wizards. His Highness Henry's name has appeared on our register for some time, yet protocol dictates that the formal letter arrives near the 11th birthday. He offered Henry an encouraging look. Has your Highness experienced any unusual moments? Henry recalled several instances from his childhood. The portrait of his grandfather that always hung crooked had suddenly righted itself after he glared at it in frustration, the birds in the garden that seemed especially drawn to gather around him, and occasions when he wished intensely for an object to come within reach, only to find it inexplicably closer. He had always dismissed these as coincidences or perks of royal life. Clearly, that assumption no longer held. There have been a few, yes, Henry replied cautiously. Dumbledore nodded, as though that confirmation sufficed. As for safety and the education itself, he continued, addressing the Queen and Charles, Hogwarts Castle is protected by extremely powerful ancient magic, and the well-being of our students remains our foremost priority. The curriculum covers magical theory, practical application, the history of magic, potions, herbology, and defense against the dark arts. Our aim is to guide young wizards and witches in mastering their powers and understanding the world they inhabit. Henry reflected inwardly on the notion of safety. Though he had not revisited the stories in years, he still remembered how Harry Potter had survived one perilous adventure after another, each term bringing a brush with death. Yet at the close of every school year, the boy also received personal instruction from the finest teachers. How very safe indeed! Death lingered constantly at his side, did it not? How long must he remain there each year? Prince Philip inquired with practical directness. We follow a semester schedule, beginning on the 1st of September and concluding in late June, with breaks for Christmas and Easter. Students complete their studies in the 7th year by sitting final examinations. 7th year? He will be 18 upon his return. Charles exclaimed, unable to contain himself. In that time, his public duties, the building of his public image. Father, Henry interjected softly yet firmly, if this is the path I must follow, I believe we can devise a suitable arrangement. The discussion continued for more than an hour. Dumbledore answered every question with patience, covering every aspect from daily school life to broader implications. To illustrate, he performed several harmless spells. A teaspoon stirred itself in a cup, a rose in a nearby vase bloomed fully before returning instantly to its bud, and a burst of silver sparks from his wand formed the shape of the royal lion. Each demonstration confirmed the reality of magic while gently diffusing the lingering tension. No one could guess the thoughts of the others, but Prince Philip appeared utterly enthralled. He watched the magic intently, his expression plainly declaring a desire to try it himself. At last, Queen Elizabeth exchanged a meaningful glance with Prince Philip before conferring quietly with Charles and Diana. We require some time to reach a final decision, the Queen announced, but in principle we agree that Henry should accept the invitation, provided all necessary security measures and arrangements are satisfactorily addressed. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. We may continue discussing the particulars through correspondence. Regarding preparations for enrollment. Tomorrow, Diana interjected suddenly, her voice soft yet clear, could we accompany Henry in the morning to purchase the required items? I mean, to that place. Diagon Alley. Her words carried the deep concern of a mother eager to glimpse the world her son was about to enter. Dumbledore appeared mildly surprised but agreed at once. Of course, Your Highness. That is entirely acceptable. In fact, it is encouraging when a young wizard first steps into our world accompanied by family. We can arrange to meet in front of the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4, Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. The next morning on Charing Cross Road in London, a family of 5 Charles, Diana, Henry, William and Harry stood before the entrance of a dingy, cramped pub. They had dressed as modestly as royal circumstances allowed, yet their clothes still carried an unmistakable air of quality. The pub's sign, showing a broken cauldron, creaked softly in the breeze. Around them, ordinary Londoners hurried past, either oblivious to the establishment or instinctively steering clear of it. "Is this it?" Charles stared at the unprepossessing building in disbelief, his brow furrowed. William glanced about with open curiosity while Harry clung tightly to his mother's hand. "Yes," came Dumbledore's voice from beside them. He had chosen simpler robes for the occasion, giving him the appearance of a distinguished elderly scholar. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron, the gateway to the heart of British magical commerce." He guided them inside the dimly lit, bustling pub. Several patrons in eccentric attire looked up, nodded respectfully to Dumbledore, and then swept curious gazes over the well-dressed family following him. The landlord, Tom, wiped his hands hastily on his apron and hurried forward. "Professor Dumbledore. And who are these?" "Good morning, Tom. Some curious visitors here to tour Diagon Alley," Dumbledore replied amiably, sidestepping any direct introduction. They passed through the small courtyard behind the pub. Dumbledore drew his wand and tapped a precise sequence of bricks in the wall. The selected brick quivered, then began to rotate and slide aside. One by one the others followed, widening into a grand archway that opened onto a winding cobblestone street. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore announced, turning back with a warm smile. The sight that greeted them left the royal family momentarily speechless. Diana pressed a hand to her mouth. Charles's eyes widened. William let out a short, breathless wow, while Harry ducked fully behind his mother, peering out with just one wide eye. Henry, by contrast, remained utterly unfazed. Towering shops pressed close together along the street, their windows alive with bizarre and wonderful goods, spellbooks that pulsed with inner light, telescopes that hovered gently in place, cauldrons releasing curls of strange smoke, and even a hanging cage outside one shop that housed owls, vividly colored birds, and the occasional small fire-breathing lizard. Wizards and witches in flowing robes moved through the crowds, some balancing tall bundles on their heads, others accompanied by peculiar hopping pets. The sky overhead was not the familiar grey of London but a clear, vivid blue, with a handful of owls drifting lazily across it. "This is truly..." Charles stammered, words failing him. "Incredible," Diana murmured. Her eyes gradually softened with a hazy wonder, drawn beyond mere shock into the pure enchantment of the scene. Yes, magic was truly wondrous. Their presence quickly drew attention. Despite their muggle clothing, Charles and Diana were instantly recognizable, especially with Dumbledore at their side. Whispers rippled outward like pebbles dropped in a pond. Some passers-by stared with open astonishment, others rubbed their eyes as though doubting their sight. A Daily Prophet reporter, sensing the story of the century, pushed eagerly forward only to be halted by a single kind yet firm glance from Dumbledore. "Is this the magical world? My God!" Diana kept sighing as she looked around. Henry's 2 younger brothers wore expressions of pure astonishment, while Charles, though equally surprised and fascinated, struggled to maintain his composure. Their tour of Diagon Alley began at Gringotts. The bank rose imposingly above the surrounding buildings, its heavy bronze doors firmly closed. The figures flanking the entrance made Charles narrow his eyes. They were not human. Short, dark-skinned, and dressed in immaculate scarlet and gold uniforms, the creatures possessed pointed ears and faces far stranger than any he had seen. These were Gringotts Goblin Guards. "Gringotts Wizarding Bank," Dumbledore explained in his gentle voice, as though conducting a pleasant tour, though his bright blue eyes carefully observed every reaction. "The principal financial institution of the wizarding world. I believe our first priority today should be to arrange the necessary financial matters for His Highness Henry. After all, future purchases will require the use of wizarding currency. They climbed the wide white stone steps beneath the watchful gaze of the goblin guards. At the hall entrance, a goblin wearing a small badge around his neck already waited to receive them. The badge read Gripper. Professor Dumbledore, and distinguished guests, he greeted with a courteous bow. Gringotts welcomes you. What service may we provide? To open a vault for this young Prince Henry and exchange some galleons for his expenses in the wizarding world, Dumbledore stated succinctly. Gripper's dark eyes swept over Henry, then lingered briefly on Charles and Diana. In accordance with the International Statute of Secrecy and our ancient agreements with the relevant authorities, our bank does not accept direct exchanges or deposits of non-magical paper currency. For new Hogwarts students, Gringotts maintains specific exchange limits. Account opening and currency conversion must be conducted using assets approved by the bank. Dumbledore had already prepared them for this requirement. If gold is offered as the asset, does it meet your bank's standards? Charles inquired. Gripper's pointed ears twitched. Gold is one of the eternal currencies recognized by Gringotts, provided its purity and origin satisfy our criteria. Please follow me. Gripper led them into a magnificent yet austerely cold marble hall. Beneath the soaring dome, hundreds of goblins sat behind long counters, some poring over ledgers while others weighed glittering gems on delicate scales. Wizarding customers conducted their business throughout the space. At the sight of Dumbledore and this distinctly different group, particularly upon recognizing Charles and Diana, astonishment spread instantly, accompanied by a fresh wave of whispers. Gripper guided them to a relatively private meeting room. Ancient tapestries depicting goblin financial transactions adorned the walls. Charles dispensed with further pleasantries and came straight to the point. We wish to open a separate vault for Henry with the highest level of security and protection. We also need to exchange some galleons for his immediate use. We have brought gold for that purpose. He placed a pouch on the table, a gift Dumbledore had provided the previous day. The pouch, enchanted with a seamless extension charm, contained several large chests. The goblins lifted the chests onto the table and opened them, revealing neatly stacked gold bars that shimmered softly in the light. Chapter 5, This family will fall apart sooner or later without me. Gripper and a senior goblin appraiser he had summoned approached the table at once. Rather than touching the gold bars directly, they passed an array of peculiar instruments across the surfaces, scanning them with quick, precise movements. The two goblins conferred in a rapid, guttural language that rose and fell like the clatter of coins, nodding in evident approval. Purity exceeds 99.9%, with exquisite craftsmanship, Gripper announced at last, turning to Charles. These bars meet Gringotts' highest acceptance standards. Would you like to exchange the entire amount for galleons? At today's rate, this gold converts to 550,000 galleons. In addition, 500 galleons will be deducted for opening the vault and providing the first year of our highest level security services. 550,000 galleons. In his previous life Henry would have felt as though he had struck the lottery, yet in this one the sum registered as little more than generous pocket money. Charles considered the figure for a moment before replying. Very well. Deduct the 500 galleons as the handling fee. Convert 50,000 galleons into cash, including a suitable mix of sickles and nuts. Deposit the remaining 50,000 directly into the newly opened vault for Henry. Furthermore, we will deposit another 50,000 galleons of gold into his vault each year. Yes, Your Highness, Gripper replied, his voice warming noticeably. You are a most distinguished client. Gringotts will prepare appropriate gifts for you. The goblin worked with impressive efficiency. Within minutes a magical contract appeared on parchment, its clauses intricate and shimmering with enchanted ink. Henry chose Vault 777. Once the document had been signed, Gripper presented him with a small purse enchanted by a seamless extension charm. The purse contained 3 separate compartments, one brimming with bronze nuts, another with silver sickles, and the third with gold galleons. "Here are your keys and a small token of our esteem, Your Highness," Gripper said, handing Henry a gold key set with rubies. "The vault lies deep underground, protected by dragons and other guardians. You may deposit or withdraw funds in person at any time, or we can arrange remote authorization through a pre-signed magical contract. We will provide full documentation." As they left Gringotts, Gripper himself escorted them to the bronze doors, his manner even more deferential than upon their arrival, a courtesy extended only to clients of true importance. "All right," Charles said lightly, one hand resting on Henry's shoulder and the other slipping around Diana's waist. "Now we can purchase Henry's school supplies." At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Henry stood on a low footstool while a magical measuring tape fluttered around him of its own accord. The tape occasionally tightened with playful mischief around his waist or prodded his knees, prompting William to dissolve into giggles beside him. Mrs. Malkin flushed with excitement and promised repeatedly to use only the finest fabrics for the most elegant Hogwarts robes. She even lowered her voice to ask whether special family crests should be embroidered upon them, but Henry declined with polite firmness. Inside Flourish and Blots the bookshelves soared to the ceiling, and self-propelled staircases glided between levels to assist customers. Charles found himself drawn to a thick volume on the history of magic and began turning pages with grave concentration, though Henry noticed his father lingered longest on the amusing anecdotes about wizard-muggle relations. Diana, meanwhile, became enchanted by a picture book that played soft melodies when opened and decided at once to buy it for Harry. William nearly lost a finger to a snapping copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, leaping back with a yelp, only to be captivated moments later by an illustrated volume depicting a fiercely competitive Quidditch match. When they passed the pet shop, Harry pressed his face to the window, utterly mesmerized by the fluffy creatures tumbling and rolling behind the glass. He refused to move until Diana gently explained that magical pets could not be kept inside the palace and promised to purchase a toy version instead. Only then did the boy relent. This kid, Henry thought, carrying the cage that held his new snowy owl and glancing at Harry, who still stared longingly over his shoulder at the creature he had christened Puffy. He knew this little brother of his was no pushover. Of course, the entire family shared that quality. His father hardly projected the image of a natural ruler, and only days earlier his younger brother had shouted at a teacher, "When I become king, I'll have my guards kill you." Should he become the ruler, the legitimate line of the House of Windsor would find itself in genuine peril. Of course, Henry had also obtained his wand at Ollivander's. It was 11 inches long, with a dragon heartstring core. That mad old fellow claimed a wand can grant its owner the power over life and death, Charles had complained casually on the way out. "Trust me, you do not need any wand to possess that power." Henry believed him. After the shopping concluded, Dumbledore guided them to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a brief rest, where they sampled the wizarding world's frozen delights. Charles ordered an extravagant chocolate volcano lava sundae with raspberries and nut crumbs, adding what he clearly considered an extra layer of sophistication. After the first few spoonfuls, however, he began speaking in noticeably slower, more deliberate tones. William and Harry became completely absorbed by the color-changing scoops and the tiny candies that bounced merrily across the tops, their earlier nervousness forgotten for the moment. Dumbledore himself savored a caramel rum raisin cookie cone with slow, intense spoonfuls. Diana declined any ice cream, her long-standing concern for her figure overriding the temptation. Seizing the opportunity, Henry slipped back to the potions shop and purchased several expensive weight loss and beauty potions, tucking the vials securely into his enchanted purse. He knew a significant part of his father's lingering resentment toward Diana stemmed from her habit of inducing vomiting to maintain her shape, which left a persistent, unpleasant odor. Even the most breathtaking beauty lost much of its allure under such conditions. Fortunately, Henry's presence had kept their marriage from collapsing entirely. He sighed inwardly sometimes, a quiet weariness settling over him. This family would fall apart sooner or later without him. In addition to the slimming potions, he had asked the shopkeeper whether they stocked a hair growth elixir. Upon receiving a regretful denial, he felt as though the sky itself had caved in. The true crisis awaiting him, he reflected, had nothing to do with Voldemort or any other grand threat. It was baldness. His grandfather was bald, his adoptive father was bald, and scientific understanding confirmed that male pattern baldness followed a sex-linked genetic pattern influenced by androgens. Men carrying the susceptible alleles would lose their hair, only those with the protective combination escaped. Henry refused to gamble on that slender probability. Knowing that 2 of the 3 men in the previous generation had already succumbed, he could only imagine William growing up bald while Harry perhaps remained spared. The fate of any future brother remained an open question. He returned to the ice cream parlor in a listless mood. Diana noticed at once. "Henry, darling," she asked, concern softening her voice. "What is the matter?" "Nothing, mother." He had no wish to discuss his looming fear of baldness. He settled beside her. "I am simply thinking about Hogwarts. I shall miss you all a little." The answer suited his age perfectly. Diana sighed and drew him into a warm embrace. "Oh, right, Mum," he added after a moment, "let us order some ice cream. They say sweets make one happy." Diana's eyes lingered on the colorful display, clearly tempted after watching everyone else indulge. Yet she gritted her teeth and resisted. "No, honey," she murmured, kissing his forehead. Before she could finish, Henry drew a small bottle from his pocket and waved it discreetly toward her. "Mum, I bought a slimming potion at the potions shop. It will help you keep a perfect figure." Diana's head lifted at once, her eyes sparkling with sudden delight. "I want the biggest ice cream," she declared, pointing at the shop's sign with unshakable resolve. Chapter 6, Sir Arnold, Private Advisor. A few days later, inside a quiet study at Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth sat behind her desk with her usual regal composure. Prince Philip stood by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the distant garden. Henry occupied a sofa to one side, flanked by his parents, while opposite them sat an elderly gentleman in a perfectly tailored yet slightly outdated dark blue suit. His grey hair lay meticulously combed, his face calm and composed, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses rested on his nose. Behind the lenses, dark eyes gleamed with a sharpness capable of seeing straight through any facade. This was none other than Sir Arnold Robinson, the former cabinet secretary and a living legend of Whitehall. Henry understood, of course, that this world operated on layers deeper than most suspected. In a parallel timeline untouched by the Iron Lady's turbulence, Britain had welcomed its finest Prime Minister since the Cold War, Jim Hacker. Yes, the very Jim Hacker from the era of Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister. Note: protagonist of the 1980s British political satire Yes Minister and Yes, Prime Minister. As Minister for Administrative Affairs, and later Prime Minister, he constantly battles his manipulative permanent secretary, Sir Humphrey Appleby, aiming to make one real changes while being thwarted by bureaucracy. In other words, the nation had not yet reached the diminished state where Little Britain and Northern Ireland had all but lost their unified monarchy and stood essentially powerless. Therefore, Sir Arnold continued in his steady, precise voice, "Given that Your Highness is about to enter an unprecedented, or more accurately, unique situation, one in which you will belong simultaneously to 2 worlds that have historically remained parallel yet now converge inevitably, it becomes essential to reconcile the public role conferred by constitutional monarchy with the self-contained and strictly confidential protocols of the magical realm. This convergence introduces sensitivities still unknown within our current administrative and political framework." Henry felt his eyes glazing over, as though they might spiral outward like the smoke from a mosquito coil. Do all civil servants favor such labyrinthine sentences? Prince Philip gave a short snort. Henry already has an owl, he does not need a lark. The remark carried the perfect sting of sarcasm, implying that Sir Arnold chattered like an overly vocal bird. It suited the prince's blunt nature exactly. More like a navigator, Your Highness, Sir Arnold corrected smoothly. When sailing uncharted waters, a reliable map and a guide familiar with the currents and hidden reefs greatly reduce the danger of running aground. My role is to supply background analysis and risk assessment, and, when necessary, to help Your Highness avoid hazards in the most efficient and frictionless manner possible." Elizabeth gave a slight nod. "Sir Arnold's experience is invaluable, Henry. You will soon balance Hogwarts coursework with your ongoing preparations as heir to the throne. He will not interfere with your magical studies, yet he will serve as your advisor, assisting you in establishing a stronger position within the wizarding world." "Where should I begin, sir?" Henry asked. He added quickly, "Please, no long sentences, if you would be so kind." Sir Arnold smiled faintly, withdrew a slender folder from his old briefcase, and passed it across. "As you wish, Your Highness. First, here is my summary analyzing the International Statute of Secrecy and its implementation in the United Kingdom. The focus lies on its loopholes and ambiguities, as well as the points of contention among the parties involved in any potential revisions, including the Ministry of Magic, a handful of informed high-ranking officials in our ordinary government, and even the Church. Understanding the precise boundaries of the rules is vital. It allows one to test them carefully when necessary, or at least to anticipate the consequences of any breach." He paused briefly before continuing. "Furthermore, with Her Majesty's permission, I have accessed certain restricted materials, including the histories of several so-called wizarding pureblood families. I have extracted details that Your Highness may find useful." Henry accepted the folder and opened it. The first page struck him at once. Upon investigation, the Malfoy family, a pure-blood wizarding lineage, traces its origins to the Norman conquest. Their ancestor, Armand Malfoy, also recorded as Armand de Malfoy, served William the Conqueror during the Norman invasion of 1066, accompanying the army into Britain. In recognition of that service, the Crown, following feudal custom, granted the family lands in Wiltshire. This grant appears in the Domesday Book and supporting local archives, providing early legal proof of the family's historic holdings in England. The title has passed through inheritance and transfer and is currently registered to Lucius Malfoy, whose legal ownership can be verified through the present land registry system. This record, drawn from historical archives, conforms fully to the publicly verifiable procedures of feudal grants and inheritance. From Pottermore, J.K. Rowling's official setting, not a fanfiction. Oh dear! Henry thought. Haha! He had never expected this. The Malfoy family, who so loudly proclaimed the supremacy of pure blood, had actually arrived with William the Conqueror into the heart of England. "Sir Arnold," Diana spoke up suddenly, "what is this Doomsday Book? Why does it record land grants?" Sir Arnold's glasses caught the light as he explained calmly, "The Doomsday Book is a nationwide land census compiled in 1086 on the orders of William I. The survey aimed to record systematically the distribution and composition of royal lands and the estates of his direct vassals. It was conducted throughout the realm by churchmen and secular feudal lords appointed by the king, registering and verifying details of land ownership, asset types, and the identity of those who worked the soil. The completed survey was bound into a book and named the Doomsday Book, signifying the finality and authority of its contents like a record of the Last Judgment, beyond dispute." Henry studied the document in his hands and shook his head. "What is it, Henry?" Charles asked, concern edging his voice. "Nothing, father," Henry replied with a smile. "I simply did not expect that the so-called glory of pure blood rested on nothing more than successful political opportunism 900 years ago. This path to power differs little from the rise of countless ancient families in the ordinary world those pure bloods so disdain. Furthermore," he added, looking across at the older man, "this is exceptionally useful information, Sir Arnold." Sir Arnold inclined his head, a subtle gleam of approval in his eyes, the quiet recognition of a promising young man. "Distance stems from the unknown, Your Highness. And the unknown often breeds misunderstanding or blind obedience. One of my responsibilities is to equip you with sufficient known facts so that you may maintain the clear mind of an observer in any situation, rather than being drawn into the preconceived narratives of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 7, Internal Meetings. After a brief pause, Sir Arnold spoke again, his tone measured and deliberate. Due to the constraints of time and the limits of accessible information, this represents all I have been able to gather thus far. As for more targeted strategic advice, he pressed his fingertips together lightly, the small gesture betraying the caution of a man who had navigated decades of power. I dare not venture any conclusions without a thorough grasp of the power structures, interpersonal networks, and unwritten rules that govern wizarding society. Any analysis offered in isolation from its proper context could prove fatally misleading. Prince Philip turned from the window, one eyebrow arching sharply. So you are telling us you have no practical solutions to offer at present, and we must simply send Henry into that world to discover the situation for himself? We summoned you here merely to hear the words "go and see." Sir Arnold remained utterly unruffled by the prince's blunt challenge. After all, he was a Whitehall veteran who had weathered superiors of every temperament. Your Highness, an accurate diagnosis requires a complete examination. At this stage my purpose is to ensure that Your Highness understands the most fundamental rules of safe navigation before venturing into those uncharted waters. Preventing an early grounding through reckless steering is itself a vital achievement. Detailed route planning can only follow once the charts grow clearer. This is not an action, it is the disciplined foundation of risk management. Prince Charles rubbed his temples, acknowledging the logic even as his father's impatience mirrored his own mounting anxiety. Then what, precisely, can the royal family and you actually do while Henry conducts his observations? Her Majesty and the royal family will extend stable, non-intrusive support and maintain open lines of communication. That foundation is paramount. Sir Arnold first inclined his head respectfully toward the Queen, then turned his gaze to Charles and Diana. As for myself, I will perform cross-referencing and background analysis based on His Highness's regular, non-classified summaries of observation. I will combine those reports with continuous monitoring of Whitehall and the wider external environment. For instance, should His Highness note the behavioral patterns of a particular Ministry of Magic official, I can search non-magical archives, public records, and historical connections for possible explanations or early warning signals. This will form a continuous process of two-way calibration. Henry now saw Sir Arnold's approach with complete clarity. The old civil servant was not evading responsibility, he was applying an exceptionally rigorous methodology. In the early stages of severe information asymmetry, the wisest course lay in admitting ignorance, systematically gathering data, and refusing any premature action built on flawed assumptions. To know the taste of a pear, one must taste it oneself, Sir Arnold concluded. That is a fine statement, Philip remarked with open approval. It must come from some philosopher, surely. In fact, Sir Arnold replied with a meaningful smile, not only from philosophers. Once the final details had been settled, Sir Arnold rose to take his leave. His steady footsteps receded along the carpeted corridor until they faded entirely. The heavy wooden door of the study closed once more, enclosing the core members of the Windsor royal family in a profound silence. Princess Diana broke that silence first. She turned to Henry, her beautiful blue eyes shimmering with worry that threatened to spill over. "Henry, my dear." Her voice remained soft, yet it trembled with the quiet intensity only a mother could summon. "I know magic is wondrous, another world entirely. But it is completely foreign to you. The spells, the creatures, the people we cannot begin to understand. What if?" She left the sentence unfinished, yet her tightly clasped hands revealed the raw, instinctive fear every mother feels when her child steps toward the unknown. Charles reached over and covered her hand with his own in a gesture of comfort, though his brow stayed deeply furrowed. Prince Philip stood with arms crossed, staring out into the deepening night beyond the window as he absorbed the sheer improbability of the situation. Henry drew a steady breath and rose from the sofa. Though still only 11 and small in stature, the boy carried himself with a composure far beyond his years. He crossed to his mother and knelt so their eyes met, the gesture filled with quiet tenderness. "Mother, I understand your fears. Truly, I do." His voice came clear and gentle, carrying a maturity that belonged to someone far older. "If it were possible, I would prefer to follow the same ordinary path as William and Harry, attending school step by step, living a life whose shape we can predict." He paused, letting his gaze travel across his father and grandfather before returning to rest on his mother's face, his eyes now resolute. "But I am not only your son. I am also Grandma's grandson." He tilted his head slightly toward Elizabeth, who sat behind her desk in silent observation. "This identity grants me privileges and attention beyond imagining, yet it also imposes responsibilities equally immense. The magical world is real, and it lies only a wall away from us. For centuries the royal family has known of its existence yet maintained a cautious, distant policy of non-interference. Why? Because we have lacked genuine ties. We have lacked our own people deeply embedded within it." His tone strengthened, revealing the first glimmers of political insight. "Now that opportunity has arrived. Because I, a direct heir, hold the ticket into that world. This is not merely about learning spells, mother, father, grandpa. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to bind the magical realm, or at least its most influential figures and resources, more closely to the interests of the crown." A flicker of surprise crossed Charles's eyes. He had not expected his son to reason from so strategic a vantage. Yet the surprise quickly gave way to genuine pleasure. In truth, Charles had always been rather indolent, and nothing delighted a lazy man more than a son who excelled in his stead, like a father who had already tasted his mother's cooking now savouring his son's. Prince Philip turned fully from the window, his gaze sharpening on his favourite grandson. "To hitch yourself to the royal chariot?" The prince's tone hovered between question and assessment. "Yes, Grandpa," Henry answered with calm confidence, his thoughts crystallizing further with every word. "Not through military conquest, that would be neither realistic nor wise. Through influence. Through relationships. When I study and live at Hogwarts as a member of the royal family, growing alongside the future leaders of the wizarding world, that connection itself becomes the opportunity. An opportunity for certain wizards to begin regarding the royal family as one of their own." Chapter 8, The Start of School. Henry glanced at his grandmother Elizabeth. She listened in perfect silence, her face remaining utterly expressionless. Diana watched her son, the lingering worry in her eyes slowly giving way to a complex blend of shock, pride, and deeper emotions that defied easy description. In that moment she realized the small boy she had once cradled and shielded now transformed before her into a young prince ready to shoulder the weight of family and crown. She could no longer simply shelter him as a child. Charles sat with one leg crossed over the other and spoke at last, his voice thoughtful. "You have considered matters far into the future, Henry. Yet the risks involved." "Risks exist everywhere, father," Henry interjected smoothly. "Even remaining within Buckingham Palace carries its own dangers. The difference lies in the unknown nature of the perils in the magical world and the unprecedented rewards they may yield. If we turn away from this opportunity out of fear of the unfamiliar, our descendants centuries from now may well accuse us of cowardice at the precise moment history offered the monarchy a chance to expand its influence." He turned once more to the Queen and offered a slight bow. "Of course, grandmother, all of this rests upon your approval and continued support. My foremost identity remains that of your subject, and every step I take must align with the broader interests of the monarchy and with your will." The study sank into silence again. Every gaze shifted toward Queen Elizabeth II behind her desk. The Queen remained quiet for a long moment. At last she lifted her eyes, letting her gaze travel slowly across her son, her daughter-in-law, and her husband before settling on the face of her grandson so strikingly reminiscent of George VI. "Responsibility," she declared with quiet clarity, "you grasp it well, Henry. That is the true weight of the crown, it compels you to perceive what others cannot see and to bear choices others never face. She gave a single, decisive nod. I support your attendance at Hogwarts according to the arrangements agreed with Headmaster Dumbledore. I also endorse your perspective. But remember, her tone grew absolute, safety remains the absolute priority. Your first duty is to return unharmed. No strategic consideration may ever override that. Do you understand? Completely, grandmother. Henry nodded with solemn resolve. As for you, Diana, the Queen continued, her voice softening as she addressed her daughter-in-law, I know how difficult this must be to accept. Yet Henry's path now lies before him. All we can do is prepare him thoroughly and place our trust in his judgment and courage. He needs that trust from us, just as this family needs the responsibility he willingly carries. Diana's eyes glistened, but she straightened her spine, nodded firmly, and tightened her grip on Charles's hand. Prince Philip gave a short snort of approval, crossed the room, and clapped his grandson's shoulder with robust force. Well spoken, lad. Now act like a man. In the days that followed, the rhythm of palace life appeared to resume its familiar cadence. Alongside his usual Muggle lessons, Henry devoted himself to practicing spells. Each morning at 6:30 he settled in a private sitting room in a quiet wing of Buckingham Palace. Before him waited not only cereal and juice but also an open copy of standard spells, beginners. The mornings themselves remained dedicated to Muggle studies, history, literature, mathematics, and more, guided by his private tutors. During brief intervals he sometimes joined his grandmother Elizabeth for light official duties, previewing a charity art exhibition, meeting a decorated veteran in the garden, or fulfilling a royal obligation by appearing on television. On those occasions he became Prince Henry once more, offering a flawless smile and impeccable manners. His precocious intelligence and, more importantly, his strong resemblance to his great-grandfather George VI, who had led Britain through the trials of the Second World War, had earned him genuine affection from the public. As a result, Henry's popularity continued to rise. After lunch and a short rest, the afternoon belonged to magical preparation. He withdrew to his study and pored over the early chapters on magical channeling in Theory of Magic, painstakingly copying the runic alphabet with a quill rather than a fountain pen or ballpoint. After all, quills were the standard at Hogwarts, and the practice allowed him to grow accustomed to them in advance. He experimented with the levitation charm, progressing from feathers to pen caps. Success came in fleeting bursts, accompanied by minor mishaps that the servants politely pretended not to notice. Interspersed among his notes arrived background summaries from Sir Arnold, delivered through encrypted channels. The material read dry yet proved remarkably illuminating. A Ministry of Magic official whose Muggle spouse's family held investments in the textile industry, or a pure-blood family that had contested a land dispute with a Muggle noble in the 18th century. Henry meticulously catalogued every seemingly unrelated fragment in a separate notebook. Evenings occasionally reverted to family. William and Harry would burst into his rooms, peppering him with eager questions about his magic practice. Henry often obliged with the simplest glowing charm, producing a steady halo of light at the tip of his wand. The sight never failed to leave his younger brothers gasping in wonder. Diana came each night to say good night. She would smooth his hair, ask whether he felt tired, and let the worry in her eyes slowly yield to a pride she tried without complete success to conceal. Charles sometimes took him for quiet walks, discussing environmental projects or suddenly inquiring, "Do you suppose wizards possess any answers for climate change?" The questions sounded whimsical, yet Henry recognized his adoptive father's genuine effort to comprehend the potential value of the wizarding world. On weekends a car carried him to Windsor Castle to visit his great-grandmother, the Queen Mother. Though 90 years old, she remained remarkably spry and especially cherished this great-grandson who had shown exceptional brightness from earliest childhood. In the sunlit drawing room, surrounded by the comforting aromas of tea and fresh cake, the Queen Mother listened with delight as Henry recounted both the triumphs and frustrations of his magical practice. Her grey-blue eyes sparkled with laughter. "Oh, "My dear, how wonderful," she would exclaim, patting his hand. The old-fashioned ring on her finger caught the light as she praised him. "When I was a little girl I read fairy tales and always wished they might be real. I never dreamed my own little Henry would actually attend such a place. Remember, no matter what clever tricks you learn, you must return and perform them for your great-grandmother." She never pressed for details and showed no trace of worry, offering instead the purest, most open-hearted support born of a lifetime of experience. On one occasion she reached into a small drawer with a mysterious smile and withdrew an antique brooch set with gemstones. "Wear this, my dear. Old things sometimes carry good luck. This one dates from the Victorian era." Henry accepted the gift with solemn gratitude. He understood it held no magic, its true value lay in inheritance and blessing. Time slipped forward gently within the warm embrace of family routine, and the date of the school term crept steadily closer on the calendar. Finally, the 1st of September arrived. Chapter 9, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. King's Cross Station bustled with the usual rush of travellers, yet amid the ordinary chaos a small, understated yet unmistakable group gathered between platforms 9 and 10 to see one of their own off. No media cameras appeared anywhere, but several plainclothes security personnel had positioned themselves discreetly around the station. Bodyguard Paul stood at a vantage point that let him survey the entire scene without drawing notice, his eyes sweeping the surroundings with quiet alertness. Charles and Diana, clad in simple dark coats and sunglasses, did their best to melt into the background, though their natural charisma still pulled a few fleeting glances their way. William and Harry, by contrast, made no attempt to hide their excitement, they circled Henry and his luggage with restless energy. His grandparents had remained absent, their presence far too conspicuous and certain to draw the media. Without the current security cordon, the whole family would already have been ringed by reporters. Henry's luggage stayed minimal, a dark leather suitcase that appeared imbued with a seamless stretching spell, and a sturdy owl cage holding his snowy owl, Mercury, whose face always seemed lost in philosophical thought. He had dressed in ordinary jeans and an Oxford shirt beneath a casual jacket, the very image of any well-off high school preparatory student. "Is everything packed? Have you checked the list?" Princess Diana asked for the 10th time, her fingers unconsciously smoothing a wrinkle in Henry's jacket. "Everything's here, Mother. Textbooks, robes, cauldron, scales, and Mercury," Henry answered patiently, squeezing her slightly cold hand. Charles glanced toward the station's perimeter and whispered a reminder for Henry to stay careful once he reached school. "I'll write on time, Father," Henry replied with a smile. William tugged at Henry's sleeve, lowering his voice while his eyes shone. "Henry, if you really see a flying broom, could you get me a model? Just the most basic one." Harry looked up, reluctance plain on his face. "You'll be back for Christmas, right? Will you really have magic then?" "I'll try to get a model, and I promise I'll be back for Christmas," Henry assured them with a smile, ruffling his two younger brothers' hair. He glanced at the enormous clock that dominated the center of the station, its hands edged closer to 10:50. The moment had arrived. "Well then, I should get going." Henry drew a steadying breath and gave his family a reassuring smile. He lifted his suitcase and the owl cage. Under the watchful eyes of everyone he loved, he pushed the luggage cart straight toward the apparently solid wall between platforms 9 and 10. Following the description Dumbledore had given him, he found the entrance where many wizards already queued to pass through. The instant he stepped forward, the sensation felt exactly like gliding through a warm soap bubble. A gentle, brief weightlessness washed over him, and then brightness bloomed on every side. Before him stretched a wide stone platform beneath a dome that magically simulated a bright autumn sky. A gleaming, deep red steam locomotive belched billowing white smoke, and a bold sign on its front announced, "The Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock." The platform thronged with life, young wizards in black robes chatted excitedly, parents delivered last-minute instructions while hugging and waving goodbye, owls flapped and hooted inside their cages, cats wove nimbly between legs, and toads occasionally leaped from baskets, sparking small bursts of laughter. The air carried the sharp scent of coal smoke, the sweet aroma of pumpkin pie, and an indescribable, wonderful fragrance that seemed to belong only to this place. Henry wove through the bustling crowd with his luggage, following the flow of passengers toward the train's open doors. He deliberately avoided the noisy carriages already packed with older students, heading instead toward the rear of the train in search of a quieter compartment. Luck stayed with him, he found an empty one in one of the last carriages. He placed his suitcase carefully on the luggage rack and set Mercury's cage on the empty seat beside the window. The snowy owl shifted with clear displeasure before settling once more into its philosopher-like gaze. Henry sat by the window, letting his eyes drift to the farewell scene still unfolding outside. Not long afterward, the sliding door of the compartment eased open. A girl with a round face and 2 golden braids peeked inside. She looked a little nervous, yet her eyes shone with friendliness. "Excuse me, are there any seats available here? It seems like all the other places are full." Her voice stayed soft. "Of course, please come in." Henry smiled and nodded, rising at once to help lift her small suitcase onto the luggage rack. "Thank you. I'm Hannah Abbott." The girl sank into the seat opposite him with a sigh of relief and introduced herself. "Oh?" Although Henry did not read too much fanfiction, he recognized her name at once. "Henry Welsh. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Abbott." He used his pseudonym, keeping his tone perfectly natural. "Just call me Hannah." Hannah seemed to relax a fraction more, she studied him with open curiosity. "Are you a first years too? You look, well, very calm." Realizing the remark might have sounded odd, she added quickly, "Most first years are either excitedly chattering away right now or a little uneasy about leaving home." "Just trying to stay calm." "Actually, I'm quite excited too," Henry answered, keeping his reply pleasantly vague. At that moment the compartment door opened again, and a brown-haired girl stepped inside. She carried herself with more composure than Hannah. "Hannah. Oh, you're here too. Is there any room in this compartment?" the newcomer asked. "Susan." "Yes, come in quickly." Hannah greeted her with delight and turned to Henry. "This is Susan Bones, we're neighbors." "Susan, this is Henry Welsh." Susan Bones gave Henry a polite nod, set down her luggage, and took the seat beside Hannah. "Hello, Mr. Welsh. I hope we haven't bothered you." "Not at all, Miss Bones. It's more lively with more people," Henry replied gently. He could sense that both girls came from wizarding families, their manners were courteous, slightly reserved, yet free of any malice. They were definitely not prospective Slytherins. Just then the train gave its whistle, lurched once, and began to pull smoothly away from the platform. The view beyond the window started to slide past, the crowds on the platform and the magical arch receded into the distance. The 3 children turned instinctively toward the glass, watching London's streets fall behind them. A shared thrill of excitement laced with the trepidation of stepping into the unknown filled the small compartment. They began to talk, Hannah and Susan carrying most of the conversation as they shared their daydreams about Hogwarts and speculated on which house the Sorting Hat would choose for each of them. Henry listened for the most part, offering only an occasional harmless comment, neither so enthusiastic that it might raise suspicion nor so detached that he seemed aloof. Chapter 10, Don't be nervous, you'll be fine. Just as the train left the London suburbs behind and the open countryside began to roll past the windows, the compartment door flew open once more. A boy stood panting in the doorway, his brown hair neatly combed, dressed in brand-new Muggle-style clothes, and dragging what looked like an expensive leather suitcase. "Thank goodness, I finally found a seat." The previous compartments and even the aisle were packed, the boy exclaimed casually. His gaze swept across the compartment, nodding first to Hannah and Susan before it landed squarely on Henry's face. His eyes lingered there a moment. Then they widened suddenly, his mouth fell open slightly, and his face shifted from extreme shock to disbelief before lighting up with an excited realization. You, my God! The boy's voice shot up 8 octaves with excitement. He pointed at Henry, his finger trembling. You're Prince Henry. Prince Henry of Wales. I've seen you on TV. In the newspapers. My dad's company even participated in a business forum sponsored by the royal family last year. The air inside the compartment froze instantly. Hannah and Susan stared at the flushed, excited boy, then turned puzzled glances toward the composed Henry. Although the two girls had never watched television, they were not entirely ignorant of the Muggle world. They clearly understood the concepts of princes and royalty, the highest level of secular nobility in the Muggle world, symbols of the pinnacle of another vast social structure. Still, the sudden and concrete arrival of that concept left the two young witches somewhat bewildered. Hannah's eyes widened slightly, while Susan pursed her lips in thought. Henry sighed softly to himself. He had anticipated being recognized, yet he had not expected it to happen quite so soon. He offered the dumbfounded boy a helpless smile and raised his hand in a quieting gesture. I think on the Hogwarts Express, I might prefer to be called Henry Welsh, he said, his voice steady and carrying an authority that involuntarily hushed the others. It's a pleasure to meet you. And you are? The boy snapped back to reality, realizing he might have overstepped. He stepped quickly into the compartment, closed the door behind him, and lowered his voice, though his excitement still hummed through every word. Justin Finchley. Oh, my apologies, Your Highness. I mean, Mr. Welsh. This is incredible. I mean, I thought it was crazy enough when I received the letter, but I never expected. He stammered, yet his gaze stayed fixed on Henry as though he were staring at a living legend. The hyphenated surname Finchley signaled the Justin family's upper-class status. In British tradition, dual surnames were inheritable, primarily to preserve a family name that would otherwise die out without male heirs. This practice linked directly to the inheritance of the family estate. For example, the original surname of the British royal family was Windsor, but the Queen obviously would not take her husband's surname. After her marriage, she had added Prince Philip's surname before her own, becoming Mountbatten-Windsor. Hannah and Susan exchanged a surprised glance. Hannah leaned closer to Susan and whispered, "The prince? The grandson of that Muggle queen?" Susan nodded slightly, her gaze toward Henry now brimmed with even greater curiosity. Being in the same room as a Muggle royal far exceeded anything they had imagined before boarding the train. Henry nodded to Justin, keeping his voice gentle. "Please sit down, Mr. Finchley. I think we still have many things to discuss and look forward to about the wizarding world before we arrive at Hogwarts, such as which house we'll be sorted into, don't we?" He skillfully steered the conversation back toward the wizarding world while giving Justin a calming look that seemed to say, "Don't be nervous, you'll be fine." Justin realized he might have caused Henry some trouble. He tried to compose himself, nodding repeatedly as he unpacked his luggage. Of course. Houses. I heard Professor McGonagall say there are 4 houses at Hogwarts, that's amazing. Even after he sat down, however, his gaze kept drifting back toward Henry, clearly his excitement had not yet subsided. Hannah seemed to set aside her shock over Henry's identity for the moment. Her curiosity shifted to Justin. "You're Muggle-born? Oh, sorry, I mean, your parents aren't wizards." "Yes. Absolutely. Until last month, I thought my parents were playing a really elaborate joke on me." Justin was instantly drawn into the new topic and began recounting his shock upon receiving the letter. Justin was describing how Professor McGonagall had used a simple transfiguration charm to turn his living room sofa into a pig, thereby completely convincing his parents that magic was real, when the sliding door to the compartment opened once again. A smiling witch appeared in the doorway, pushing a cart piled high with all sorts of strange and wonderful snacks. "Honey, want to buy something to eat from the cart?" chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, super bubblegum, pumpkin tarts, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The 4 children's attention snapped to the cart at once. The colorful packaging of the magical snacks gave off an enticing sweet aroma. Hannah and Susan clearly knew what they were doing. Hannah's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled a few silver coins from her pocket, buying a bag of chocolate frogs and several pumpkin pies. Susan, meanwhile, ordered a bag of bubble gum. "You two should try some too," Hannah said enthusiastically to Henry and Justin, pointing at the chocolate frogs. "Watch out, it might jump away. Collecting the pictures is fun too." Justin leaned forward curiously to examine the chocolate frog packaging. "It moves? A real frog?" He hesitated a moment, then took out his money and bought a bag of chocolate frogs and a cauldron cake, eager to try them. Henry also smiled and ordered a bag of chocolate frogs, a cauldron cake, a bag of bubble gum, and a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He noticed that Justin's movements were a little clumsy when he handled his money, but the boy's genuine excitement for these new things shone through. With the snacks in hand, the atmosphere in the compartment grew even more relaxed. "Be careful when you open this chocolate frog," Hannah demonstrated to Henry and Justin as she picked one up. "Look, like this you have to quickly block its escape route, otherwise it'll get away." Justin imitated her, frantically pinning down his own frog while marveling at the moving image of Dumbledore on the card. Henry swiftly grabbed the frog's leg and pinned its head before it could break free. "Mine is Dumbledore," Justin announced, picking up the picture. "The headmaster of Hogwarts. Wait, why is he winking at me? You can't expect him to never blink, can you?" Hannah replied casually. "That would be exhausting." Chapter 11, The Know-It-All. They continued chatting while they shared their snacks, and Hannah and Susan enthusiastically explained the magical properties of each treat to the 2 freshmen from Muggle backgrounds. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, for instance, proved far less universally appealing than the trolley which had claimed, "Some beans truly tasted like snot or earwax." Bubble gum could blow bubbles in shimmering colors that refused to pop and would drift through classrooms for an entire day if left unchecked. "Oh, speaking of classrooms," Justin mumbled around a mouthful of cauldron cake, "do you know what classes we have? I asked Professor McGonagall, and she told me to look at the textbooks. I know there's transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts." Susan rattled off the names. Just then the compartment door opened again. This time a girl with thick, long brown hair, slightly protruding front teeth, and bright, sharp eyes stood in the doorway. She wore a well-fitting new robe, held her head high with one hand planted on her hip, and spoke in a serious, businesslike tone that carried unmistakable urgency. "Excuse me, but has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost his." She spoke quickly, her gaze sweeping across every face in the compartment, then dropping to the floor and under the seats. Hannah and Susan shook their heads. Justin swallowed his cake and answered, "No, I haven't seen it." Henry added that he had not. The girl wore a knowing look, as though she had expected the answer yet felt duty-bound to ask anyway. "Thank you. If you see it, please tell him. He's very worried." She turned to leave, but her gaze lingered for half a second on Henry's face. Her brow furrowed briefly, as if something familiar tugged at her memory, before a more pressing matter pulled her attention away. She had clearly heard the commotion in the next compartment and pivoted at once, her voice ringing out crisp and clear once more. "Excuse me. Has anyone seen a toad?" "She's really efficient," Justin commented, watching her hurried departure. "Hermione Granger," Hannah whispered, a note of camaraderie threading through her words as she spoke of a fellow freshman. "I heard her introduce herself like that at the station. She knows so much," she was already quoting Hogwarts, a history before she even boarded the train. "Sounds impressive," Susan said succinctly. Henry offered no comment. He simply chewed his cauldron cake slowly, letting the rich flavor fill his mouth. Miss Know-It-All, she knew everything, and that was simply how she moved through the world. Yet none of it concerned him. So how are we sorted? Justin asked suddenly. I forgot to ask Professor McGonagall, but I don't think she would have told me even if I had. Hannah? Hannah? Why are you so pale? Henry glanced over and saw that Hannah's face had indeed gone deathly white, one hand trembled uncontrollably in her lap. My dad said he fought werewolves the year he enrolled. I heard it from my dad too. Susan seemed to recall something equally unpleasant. My mum told me she passed the Banshees test, and according to the rotation she'll probably be doing it this year as well. Justin's face drained of color in an instant. He had never imagined the freshman enrollment process could be so severe. Henry suppressed the laugh that rose in his chest. Of course he knew the truth. First they labeled you, then you sorted into your house. It was hardly as terrifying as it sounded. Still, he kept silent and simply echoed, yeah, that's really terrifying. You're not afraid at all? Justin asked tremulously. I can't even imagine what it would be like to face the Banshee. Why be afraid? Henry glanced at him. Isn't the Banshee of Death Irish? That's Irish, oh. Justin stammered as realization dawned. Indeed, the real Banshee of Death in Ireland was the great-grandmother of this prince. The sky outside gradually darkened while purple shadows of rolling mountains flashed past the train windows. The carriage lights flickered on, bathing the compartment in a warm, golden glow. Hannah and Susan, their earlier fear of the sorting test now calmed, began discussing their belongings and possible course preparations with Henry and Justin. At last the train slowed, accompanied by a long, mournful whistle, and came to a stop beside a small, dark wooden platform bearing a sign that read Hogsmeade. The night wind bit sharply, carrying the distinctive chill of the Scottish Highlands. Henry had prepared well, he had already changed into thicker clothes. Freshmen, this way. Freshmen. Follow me. A thunderous, gruff voice rolled over the crowd. At the far end of the platform a huge lantern swayed in the darkness, illuminating a towering figure who stood out like a moving hill among the students. It was Hagrid. My God, he's enormous, Justin murmured, tilting his head back as Or replaced his earlier excitement. That must be the one who's here to take us, Henry said calmly. We should go now. The freshmen huddled together in the circle of light cast by Hagrid's lantern, many of them seeing the giant for the first time and letting out hushed gasps and whispers. Hagrid paid them no mind. He called out in his booming voice, any more freshmen? Watch your step. Follow me, and don't fall behind. They followed him, stumbling and sliding down a steep, narrow path. Pitch darkness cloaked the way, broken only by the glow of Hagrid's lantern and the distant stars overhead. Dense forest pressed close on either side, and the night wind rustled through the treetops. Justin and many other new students glanced around nervously. Hannah clung tightly to Susan's arm. Look down! Hagrid shouted as the path suddenly opened onto a wide, dark expanse of water. It was a vast, gleaming black lake. On the opposite hillside a majestic castle rose beneath the starry sky, its towers gleaming and windows twinkling with light that reflected on the mirror-like surface, creating an inverted magical world below. Wow! A collective gasp of amazement rose from the crowd. Even Hannah and Susan, who came from wizarding families, found their breath stolen by the sight of Hogwarts Castle from this angle for the very first time. Henry felt as though familiar background music played inside his head. Of course, it was music he had composed himself. No more than 4 people per boat. Hagrid shouted, pointing to a fleet of small boats moored at the shore. The boats glided forward automatically to meet the waiting students. Henry, Hannah, Susan, and Justin naturally boarded one together. The little vessel rocked gently, then moved smoothly and on its own toward the center of the lake, sending soft ripples across the dark surface. The lake lay perfectly calm except for the quiet sound of the boat's bow cutting through the water. Everyone remained silent, eyes lifted toward the approaching castle. It looked even more magnificent up close, carrying the solemnity and mystery that 1,000 years had layered upon its stones. Henry stared at the enchanted castle where he would live for the next 7 years. No fear stirred in him, only a strong desire to discover which house he would join. Most likely Hufflepuff, he thought. There weren't many people left in the world as loyal and honest as he was. Chapter 12, Sorting Ceremony 1. Keep your heads down. Hagrid shouted again as the boats drew closer to the cliff beneath the castle. The small vessel carried them through a curtain of ivy, into a hidden underground dock, and finally moored inside a damp stone tunnel. They stepped ashore and followed the steady glow of Hagrid's lantern up the tunnel steps until the entire group gathered before a massive oak door. The door gleamed with exquisite wrought ironwork and radiated an ancient, imposing aura. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times. The echoes rolled through the silence. A moment later the door swung open without a sound. Inside stood a tall witch with a stern expression, square glasses perched on her nose, and her hair pulled back into a tight bun. She wore a long emerald green robe. It was Professor Minerva McGonagall. The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave this to me, Professor McGonagall replied, her voice clear and firm. She surveyed the somewhat disheveled yet nervous and excited group of new students before her, measuring each one with her gaze as though weighing them on a scale. When her eyes met Henry's calm stare, she paused for the briefest moment before looking away. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began. The sorting ceremony is about to begin, but before you take your seats you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is a very important ritual, because during your time at Hogwarts your house will be like your family. She explained the 4 houses and the rules of the House Cup in detail. The new students listened intently, many of them feeling fresh tension rise as they recalled their parents' terrifying stories about entrance exams. Henry stood among the crowd, absorbing the coolness of the stone walls and the slight trembling that rippled through the students around him. He glanced at Hannah beside him. She clutched Susan's sleeve so tightly her knuckles showed white. Susan fought to maintain her composure, yet her body still shook. Justin sweated lightly but kept his posture upright with visible effort. Professor McGonagall finished her explanation and scanned the group once more to ensure everyone had understood. Now, form a single file, she commanded. Follow me. The freshmen scrambled into place, struggling to create a reasonably straight line. Henry naturally positioned himself behind Hannah and Susan, with Justin close behind. The line moved slowly, trailing Professor McGonagall through the enormous foyer. The foyer stretched astonishingly large, torches burning brightly along the stone walls while the ceiling soared so high it nearly vanished from sight. Directly ahead rose a grand marble staircase leading upward. Yet Professor McGonagall did not lead them upstairs, instead, she guided them toward a small door on the opposite side of the hall. From behind the tightly closed doors on the right came the murmur of hundreds of voices. The older students had already seated themselves inside the great hall. The freshmen entered a small, empty room adjacent to the hall. It felt far smaller than the foyer, and the huddled students appeared even more cramped. The sounds drifting from the great hall next door came through more clearly now, sharpening their tension. Professor McGonagall then began to check the list. Just as the list verification neared its end, a small incident unfolded. About 20 pearly white, translucent ghosts suddenly burst from the wall, gliding forward while arguing over the ancient topic of bloodline and privilege. One chubby ghost complained that a medieval ancestor had not left him enough rights to store wine in a cellar. The new students scattered in fright, even Justin gasped. Hannah gasped and seized Susan's arm. New students, a ghost wearing a wheel-shaped ruffled bodysuit exclaimed happily upon spotting them. Ready to take the test? I hope you'll all be assigned to Hufflepuff, a kind-looking nun ghost said with a smile. I had the most enjoyable time there. Get out of here, Peeves. Professor McGonagall snapped not at the friendly ghosts, but at a small ghost in a comical hat who was about to hurl a roll of scrap paper at the newcomers. Peeves stuck out his tongue, chuckled mischievously, and vanished through the wall. The other ghosts nodded amiably to the new students, floated across the opposite wall, and slipped into the great hall where the banquet awaited. "Now," Professor McGonagall said once the ghosts had departed, quieting the students once more, "line up. I'll come to fetch you when they're ready over there. Keep quiet and tidy your appearance." The wait stretched endlessly. The sounds from the great hall seemed to quiet, perhaps because of an announcement or speech. The new students exchanged nervous glances, straightened their robes, and smoothed their hair. A blond boy nearby cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension by whispering to the person beside him, "I wonder what the test will be. My dad said back then." Just then Professor McGonagall returned. "Now, come with me." Her expression appeared even more serious than before. The freshmen formed their line and followed Professor McGonagall out of the small room, through the hallway, and up to the two massive oak doors. The doors stood tightly closed at that moment. Professor McGonagall pushed them open just a crack, enough for her to slip through. The freshmen could not see inside, yet they sensed countless eyes fixed upon the doorway. "Before you enter the Great Hall and face the entire school," Professor McGonagall turned to the freshmen, her voice clear and solemn, "I want you to remember that regardless of the sorting results, you are all Hogwarts students. Your words and actions represent not only yourselves but will also shape how others perceive your house." Her gaze swept calmly over the group once more, and this time Henry felt she placed extra weight on the word everyone. Then she pushed the doors open fully. A dazzling golden light and a rush of warm atmosphere swept toward them, drawing gasps from the new students. Henry beheld a magnificent hall where students sat around 4 long house tables. Thousands of candles floated in mid-air, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight, while lifelike stars twinkled across the velvet black ceiling. At the far end stood another long table for the teachers. In the very center, Albus Dumbledore with his half-moon spectacles, silver hair and beard smiled as he regarded the new students at the door. When their eyes met, Dumbledore even waved to Henry. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-cornered stool before the new students, and atop it rested a worn, dirty, patched pointed wizard's hat. Chapter 13, Sorting Ceremony 2. The first years stared at the hat in puzzlement until a wide slit opened near its brim like a mouth. The hat writhed and launched into a nonsensical song. When it finished, the entire hall erupted in applause. It bowed to each of the 4 house tables in turn, then fell still once more. "Looks like all we have to do is wear this hat," a red-haired boy muttered to the person beside him. "I'm going to kill Fred. He goes on about fighting trolls as if it's actually going to happen." Not only he, but many others around him showed clear indignation, including Hannah and Susan. At that moment Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment in her hands. "Whenever I call your name, come forward, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await the sorting," she instructed. She paused only a beat before calling out without glancing at the list. "Hannah Abbott." Hannah stumbled out of the line of first years, climbed onto the stool, and pulled the hat over her head until it covered her eyes. A brief pause followed. "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted. The students at the right-hand table burst into applause and welcoming cheers. The fat monk ghost waved happily in her direction. "Susan Bones." "Hufflepuff," the hat called again. Susan hurried over and slid into the seat beside Hannah. "Terry Booth." "Ravenclaw." The sorting continued without pause. Justin Finch-Fletchley joined Hufflepuff, while Hermione Granger, that big-toothed, beaver-like know-it-all, found herself placed in Gryffindor. No surprise there, her outgoing nature made Gryffindor the only house that could contain her. "Draco Malfoy." The blond boy swaggered forward. The hat barely touched his head before shrieking, "Slytherin." "Oh, so that's Draco." Henry recalled the information his personal advisor, Sir Arnold, had compiled. By now only a handful of names remained. Mon. Not. Parkinson, then the Petit twins, then Salin-Boxts, and finally the main event of the evening. Harry Potter. Whispers rippled through the hall. Henry studied the obviously immature, green-eyed savior. The hat lingered on his head for a long time before declaring him Gryffindor. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, louder than any that had come before. A pair of red-haired boys who looked like exact copies jumped up and shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Professor McGonagall called the next name. Henry Welsh. Henry stepped forward, sat down, and allowed Professor McGonagall to place the hat on his head. Hermione, seated at the Gryffindor table, only then showed a flash of sudden realization and utter shock. Yet no one paid her any attention, every eye in the hall remained fixed on Harry Potter. Henry sat waiting. The hat stayed silent for what felt like an eternity. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a voice spoke inside his head. "Quiet down, I'm thinking." "What are you thinking about?" Henry asked inside his mind with genuine interest. "Or rather, as a hat, do you even know what thinking is?" "Because I think, therefore I am," the Sorting Hat replied. "An interesting point," Henry countered, "but I still believe that matter determines consciousness, so I think, therefore I am." "Perhaps you are right, but this isn't the philosophical question we are here to settle," the Sorting Hat answered, its tone sounding somewhat pleased. "If you have time later, you can come to the headmaster's office and we can discuss it in detail. I do sense some Ravenclaw qualities in you, after all, no one but those eagles would bother with such philosophical questions." "So you're going to sort me into Ravenclaw?" Henry asked with interest. "It's not a bad house." "No, no, no, you also possess courage," the Sorting Hat continued. "Of course Slytherin could fulfill your ambitions. Although you are already quite brilliant, Slytherin could lead you to even greater glory." "So you're going to sort me into Slytherin?" Henry pressed. "Can't Hufflepuff work? I see most Muggle-born wizards end up there." The Sorting Hat fell silent. After a long pause it spoke again, its voice a little dry. "Remember what I sang just now?" "What?" Henry did not grasp the hat's meaning, yet his intuition warned him the Sorting Hat was up to something. The hat's voice grew drier still. "The people there are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are persevering and honest, unafraid of hard work." "I'll take that as a compliment," Henry replied with mixed feelings. "What about Ravenclaw? Didn't you sing that only the cleverest minds could go there? But your mind is too clever, so..." The Sorting Hat paused, then announced in a loud, clear voice that rang through the hall, "Slytherin." A round of applause rose from the Slytherin table, polite, not overly enthusiastic, yet far from cold. Henry walked over and took the empty seat beside Draco, then turned to watch the rest of the sorting. At that moment the hat announced Ron's placement, and Blaise Zabinai joined Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, lifted the Sorting Hat, and left the hall. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. He smiled broadly at the students and opened his arms wide, looking even more delighted to see them all gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to Hogwarts for the start of the new school year. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you, everyone." He sat back down. The students applauded and cheered. At the same instant a dazzling array of food appeared on every table. Henry was not particularly hungry, he simply selected a few healthy portions and ate slowly and elegantly. Just then Draco spoke. "Looks like you're one of us." His voice carried a hint of arrogance. "One of you?" Henry asked. "Yes, not like those families with too many children to afford and no manners." Draco stared maliciously toward the Gryffindor table. Henry followed his gaze and saw Ron gripping a chicken leg in each hand, looking every inch a reckless berserker warrior. A true hero. Draco Malfoy. Draco extended his hand. Henry set down his knife and fork and took the offered hand. Henry Welsh. Upon hearing those words, Draco suddenly frowned. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Uncovering Your Family Tree. Welsh. Draco's eyebrows drew together in a deep frown. I don't recall any pure-blood family bearing that surname. It sounds more like a country, doesn't it? In fact, Henry replied, lifting a napkin and dabbing it elegantly against his lips, that was my father's fief. Draco's grey eyes blinked rapidly while his frown only deepened. He clearly ransacked every pure-blood register and British aristocratic lineage drilled into him since childhood. A fief? You mean, a territory? A Muggle nobles? Curiosity sharpened his tone rather than contempt, as though he needed only the right label to slot Henry neatly into place. Henry raised his wine glass, took a measured sip of water, and moved with the effortless grace Draco recognized yet found somehow more innate. You could say that, he answered lightly, as casual as if they discussed the weather. Just an old custom. He met Draco's scrutiny without flinching. Nothing in the statement rang false. The title of Prince of Wales had indeed been bestowed upon his father according to ancient tradition. The reply, paired with Henry's unshakable composure, clearly unsettled Draco. He had already encountered his Muggle-born classmates, the boisterous Gryffindor know-it-all from earlier and Harry Potter trailing after the red-haired Weasley. They had either frozen with nerves or bubbled over with excitement at every magical detail. Yet this Henry Welsh sat composed far beyond his years, radiating the same nonchalant ease Draco sensed only when his parents entertained truly important guests. An old custom. Draco repeated, tasting the words. He noticed how Henry handled the silver cutlery with textbook precision and showed no flicker of surprise when the roasted chicken and self-moving tripe had materialized. A Muggle, even a wealthy Muggle noble, would surely have reacted to food that appeared from thin air and dishes that twitched on their own. Yet, Henry chuckled softly, Malfoy, right? If I remember correctly, our ancestors knew each other. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but Pansy Parkinson, seated on his other side, could no longer contain herself. She had been listening with rapt attention, and now her voice rose in a high-pitched rush. Welsh? I think my father once mentioned a Prince of Wales among the Muggles, their crown prince. Does that have anything to do with you? Henry turned to her with a slight smile. Oh, that's my father. Pansy's mouth fell open as though a silencing charm had struck her. Her shrill voice lodged in her throat. Her sharp, judgmental eyes widened, studying Henry's face as if she truly saw it for the first time, or rather, grasped at last what that face truly meant. Draco's already pale cheeks flushed crimson. He understood exactly what this revelation implied, not mere Muggle nobility, but the very pinnacle of the oldest, most symbolically powerful elite in the entire Muggle world. The Malfoy family might scorn Muggles, yet they would never scorn power, no matter its source. You mean, he stammered, recalling Henry's earlier words, that our ancestors knew each other. Yes. Henry set down his knife and fork, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. According to royal records, in 1066 the first ancestor of the Malfoy family, Armand de Malfoy, followed my ancestor William I, William the Conqueror, into England. For his service he received a fief in Wiltshire. Current official documents show that same fief passed down to Lucius Malfoy, but I wonder who he might be. Indeed, my father. Draco wiped his brow, unconsciously adopting a far more formal tone while every trace of his earlier arrogance dissolved. He sat visibly astonished by the precise royal genealogy Henry had just laid bare. Henry gave a small nod and picked up his cutlery once more, posture relaxed as though they had merely traded opinions on the weather. History is always intertwined, Mr. Malfoy. Draco. The other boy's attitude shifted at once. Just call me Draco, what do you think? I still prefer your previous attitude, could you please revert to it? All right, Draco. Henry steered the conversation back to safer ground. But that was a long time ago. Now we're all new students at Hogwarts, and that's what matters most, isn't it? He acknowledged the ancient tie while gently reminding them both of their equal status as first years, offering Draco an easy exit. Draco seized the lifeline at once. He straightened in his seat, struggling to reclaim some poise, yet his tone now carried genuine respect. Of course, Your Highness. Slytherin would be a perfect fit for you. This time he skipped the surname entirely, using the formal title and stressing the house name as though elevating Henry into his own domain of expertise. Pansy finally shook off her stunned silence. She watched Draco's obvious change in demeanor, then studied Henry's calm expression, and wisely closed her mouth before any further questions could escape. Still, her eyes darted between them, bright with curiosity and rapid calculation. She resolved then and there to write her father that very night. Draco, of course, reached the same decision. He intended to inform Lucius at the earliest opportunity. Henry returned Draco's overture with a polite smile and turned his attention back to his plate, taking a few graceful bites of pudding. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of embarrassment crossed Draco's face before he masked it beneath an even more attentive expression. Of course, Your Highness is right, he said, forcing his voice to sound relaxed and natural. Life at Hogwarts is the most anticipated thing right now. My father told me the Slytherin dormitories lie right under the Black Lake, with views of the giant squid from the windows very unique. You'll like it. Pansy chimed in quickly. Yes, and our Slytherin common room is the most tasteful of all. Henry noted the complete shift in both their attitudes but chose not to comment. He finished the last of his fruit with his usual elegant composure, leaving his plate spotless. Chapter 15, The Abyss Gazes at You Too. As the golden desserts vanished into thin air, Dumbledore rose once more to announce a handful of rules, among them a strict ban on entering the Forbidden Forest and the assurance that class schedules would be distributed by the heads of house the following day. Then, with cheerful enthusiasm, he declared the start of the school song and encouraged everyone to pick their favorite tune. The hall dissolved into joyful chaos. Henry hummed the lyrics quickly and subtly to the melody of God Save the Queen, while Draco and several upperclassmen sang a slow, somber, elegiac version that suited the green and silver banners overhead. During the song Henry noticed that the fifth-year girl named Gemma Farley did not join in the laughter. She stood quietly instead, chin slightly raised, posture as upright and unyielding as a young poplar. The silver-green prefect badge on her chest gleamed spotlessly, catching every flicker of candlelight from the great hall. Even though she kept herself perfectly restrained, Henry sensed a quiet, burgeoning ambition in Miss Farley, the same steady drive he had observed in ambitious young officials back in his former world. Slytherin freshman. This way. The authoritative female voice rang out precisely on time. Farley already stood at the end of the long table, her gaze sweeping over the first years quickly and accurately, not as though she regarded children, but rather as if she assessed valuable assets about to be stored away. After confirming their number, she turned briskly, flicking the hem of her robe with a stylish flourish. Follow me. Keep quiet and watch your step. Henry thought he might have imagined an upperclassman from some house whispering, "Miss, step on me." Miss Farley led them through the hallway, down the stone steps, and into the dimly lit underground corridor. Footsteps echoed between the walls while the air grew cool and damp, carrying the mingled scents of earth and ancient stone. The password will change from time to time, so keep an eye on the notice board. The current password is pure blood. Before a bare stretch of stone wall she spoke the words clearly, and a hidden door slid open, revealing the Slytherin common room to Henry for the first time. His first impression was one of deep stillness and elegant desolation, even the flames in the fireplace burned a cool green. Beyond several large arched windows lay the eternal darkness of the Black Lake. Light filtered through the thick water and turned into a blurry, shimmering dark green, as though the room rested at the bottom of a giant aquarium. Occasionally, strangely shaped shadows glided past, making it impossible to tell whether they belonged to the giant squid or some other bizarre creature. The furniture throughout the common room featured intricate carvings of snakes and vines. Sofas and armchairs upholstered in heavy silver grey and dark green velvet perfectly matched Slytherin's house colors. Many older students already occupied the space, some reading, others conversing in low voices. The arrival of the new students drew only brief glances before attention returned to their own affairs. The boys' dormitories lie to the left, the girls' to the right, Miss Farley explained succinctly. The names and roommate assignments appear on the doors. Most rooms hold 2 or 3 students. If you wish to change rooms, you will need your new roommate's permission and then submit an application here. With that, she walked toward a group of upperclassmen. Draco immediately became the center of attention among the first years. He straightened his robes and told Crabbe and Goyle in a matter-of-fact tone, "I'm leaving." Then he turned to Henry, adopting a friendly expression. "Good night. Perhaps we can have a good chat tomorrow." "Of course," Henry replied gently. He noticed that Draco had not mentioned their dinner conversation in public. This caution, running contrary to his instinctive desire to boast, only confirmed Sir Arnold's earlier judgment of the Malfoy family's style. They continued down the corridor. The dormitory assignments revealed themselves quickly, perfectly reflecting the unspoken hierarchy and kinship rules within Slytherin. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle's names appeared side by side on one door. Draco glanced at the list, seeming both to take the arrangement for granted and to feel subtly bored by it, while Crabbe and Goyle awkwardly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Blaise Zabinai received a double room to himself. The space for his roommate's name remained blank. He showed no surprise and strolled into the room with leisurely ease. Henry's name stood alongside Theodore Knott's on a door farther down the corridor. The boy who had remained unusually silent throughout the great hall now waited quietly by the door. His grey-blue eyes regarded his new roommate calmly, offering no greeting. This pairing made Draco's brow furrow. Zabinai's solitude stemmed from his unique family background, but not this taciturn and unassuming figure placed Henry in a position that felt deliberately isolating. He belonged neither to the inner circle nor to the truly solitary like Zabinai. Instead, he occupied a spot meant for observation. "Looks like everything's arranged," Draco said to Henry, his tone still warm. "Get some rest." Henry nodded and turned to his roommate. Theodore Knott gave only a slight nod before pushing open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the room embodied Slytherin aesthetics even more thoroughly. It was not large, yet the high ceilings prevented any oppressive basement feel. 2 four-poster beds stood on opposite sides, their dark hardwood posts carved with coiled snake patterns exquisitely crafted yet never ostentatious. Heavy, flowing dark green velvet curtains embroidered with simple silver scrollwork hung around each bed, all looking brand new. Hogwarts, or at least Slytherin, would never allow first years to sleep in bedding or use curtains previously occupied by others. Henry's bed sat by the window, overlooking the dark waters of the Black Lake that swallowed every trace of light. His suitcase already rested neatly on a special low stool at the foot of the bed, placed there by a house elf. Knott's bed stood near the door, and he had already begun arranging his few belongings, a few books with neatly trimmed edges and a simple crystal bottle, his movements quiet and efficient, producing no sound. Henry placed Mercury's cage on the brass perch by the window. The snowy owl blinked once in the dim light. He did not speak at once. Instead he began tidying his own books and stationery, granting each other space to settle into the silence. He could sense that Knott was neither unfriendly nor hostile, simply a little introverted. Having such a roommate promised no noisy chatter, and Henry felt quite satisfied with the arrangement. As for being observed, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. The one being watched was equally the watcher. Before he drew the curtains, he heard Draco's lowered voice in the corridor. The tone carried the clear weight of an order rather than a discussion. "Early tomorrow. Don't dawdle." The recipient was obviously Crabbe or Goyle. +++++++. If you can, you could join my Patreon and become my first member. I have 0 members, loudly crying face. I will upload a bunch of chapters there later today. I am going to sleep now. Patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Grandmother's Protection. The next morning, when Henry stepped into the great hall, the enchanted ceiling already glowed with the soft golden light of simulated dawn. The long tables groaned beneath platters of cereal, smoked fish, bacon, sausages, and rolls thick with butter and jam, their rich aromas drifting through the air. Most of the first years, especially those clustered at the Gryffindor table, attacked fried eggs and syrup-soaked pies with eager delight. Henry took his seat near the middle of the Slytherin table, and his plate filled at once with his careful choices: a modest bowl of cereal and milk, a small dish of fresh berries, 2 perfectly toasted slices of whole wheat bread with crisp edges and only the thinnest layer of strawberry jam, a single boiled egg, and a glass of water. The simple meal stood in sharp contrast to the mountains of fried food and sugary pastries surrounding him. "You eat this." Draco slid into the seat opposite him, a plate of grilled sausages and fried eggs swimming in rich gravy already before him. His tone carried genuine shock. "You, a prince, eat this for breakfast." "I'm used to it," Henry answered, lifting his silver spoon with the same composed grace as always. "In the palace every meal is prepared by a nutritionist. Breakfasts are rarely this lavish." He spoke with deliberate understatement while his gaze drifted briefly toward a Hufflepuff student who was drowning a stack of muffins in honey syrup. Draco considered the reply for a moment, then resumed chopping his sausage without pressing further, though the detail clearly lodged in his memory. Crabbe and Goyle, by contrast, made no effort to conceal their bewilderment at the modest portions on Henry's plate. They simply focused on devouring their own towering helpings. Halfway through breakfast, an excessively ornate phoenix glided across the great hall, its brilliant plumage drawing every eye. It landed with precise grace beside Henry's cereal bowl and deposited the note it had carried in its beak. Henry unfolded the parchment. "Your Highness Henry, if convenient, please come to my office after breakfast. The password is Lemon Olaf. Why not Cheese Olaf?" After he finished reading, he offered the phoenix a single blueberry. The bird swallowed it, arched its neck in a clear, ringing cry, and vanished in a burst of flame. A brief hush fell over the Slytherin table, followed by a rising murmur of whispers. Draco paused mid-cut, his grey eyes fixed on Henry with sharp interest. Being summoned alone by the headmaster during breakfast was unusual in any house. "It seems the headmaster is quite interested in you, Your Highness," Draco ventured. "Perhaps it's only a routine welcome," Henry replied calmly. He finished his last sip of water and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He already held a few quiet guesses about the true purpose. The headmaster's office lay at the top of a tall tower. At the end of a spiraling staircase stood a giant gargoyle statue. When Henry spoke the words Lemon Olaf, the statue leapt aside, revealing the winding steps beyond. Inside, strange silver instruments hummed softly while the portraits of past headmasters dozed on the walls. Dumbledore sat behind his large desk, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Ah, Henry, please have a seat," he said warmly. "Would you like a lemonade? Or perhaps a swarm of cockroaches?" He slid a candy box across the desk. "No, thank you, Headmaster." Henry lowered himself into the comfortable armchair, posture upright yet entirely at ease. The headmaster's office was fantastic. Every portrait of the former headmasters inside possessed such high caliber, and they all spoke so kindly. He absolutely loved being there. "I hope you have made your initial adjustment to life at Hogwarts and to the unique atmosphere of Slytherin's cellars," Dumbledore continued, steepling his fingertips. "I summoned you primarily to deliver a message from Buckingham Palace and to confirm a small arrangement." With a gentle wave of his wand, a wax-sealed copy of a document bearing the royal coat of arms floated before Henry. The text was concise. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, in her personal capacity, has donated a substantial number of galleons to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to support the transition and studies of special needs students. As an additional clause to the donation agreement and with the consent of the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts will assign a house elf to provide reasonable daily assistance to His Highness Henry Welsh. Your grandmother has been very thoughtful, Dumbledore said, his gaze steady above his spectacles. Hogwarts accepts this kindness and understands and respects the principles of secrecy. This house elf is named Lucy. She will answer only to you and will primarily assist with mundane tasks such as laundry, preparing special supplies, or ensuring you are not disturbed by regular castle services when you require quiet solitude. She will not interfere with your studies or your social life, nor will she make you stand out. To others she will simply appear as one of the many diligent house elves at Hogwarts. Dumbledore paused, his tone softening yet still pointed. Lucy knows most of the castle's rules and understands the value of silence. I believe that having a completely reliable resource of your own in Slytherin may help you navigate certain situations more easily. Of course, how and when you choose to use her is entirely up to you. Henry grasped the layered meanings at once. His grandmother's protection now reached into the magical world in this subtle form, while Dumbledore's tacit approval of the limited special treatment showed both respect for the royal family and a quiet gesture of benevolent assistance. In Slytherin, where information itself was power, the worth of an absolutely reliable resource needed no explanation. I understand, Headmaster. Thank you for your arrangements, and I extend my sincerest gratitude. Henry offered a slight bow. I will use this convenience prudently. The only morning class was herbology, held in a bright greenhouse on the castle's ground floor and shared with Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout, a short, plump, and kindly witch, brought dried herb specimens, vivid illustrations of magical plants, and several slightly wriggling fungi sealed in transparent jars rather than soil and seeds. Because it was the first lesson, she kept the content very basic, focusing mainly on explaining the subject of herbology and its importance. After lunch the sole afternoon class was History of Magic. When Henry and his Slytherin classmates entered the dusty classroom that smelled of old parchment, Professor Binns had already launched into his monotonous, lullaby-like narration about medieval European wizarding councils and the early prototypes of the International Statute of Secrecy. Draco, almost from the moment he sat down, drifted into his own thoughts, idly twirling his brand-new quill. The long list of ancient wizards and lengthy treaty clauses clearly held no interest for him. Within a minute Crabbe and Goyle began nodding off in perfect rhythm. Henry forced himself to concentrate, quietly comparing the wizarding account of history with the Muggle historical records Sir Arnold had provided him. Note: don't be too surprised by Dumbledore's actions. It is not a forced plot or anything like that. Henry represents the pinnacle of Muggle power, and him being the first royal to have magical talent is an extremely rare opportunity to bridge the gap between the magical and Muggle world. ++++++++. Thank you at Tyler Smith for joining my P*Trian. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Afternoon Tea. When the bell rang like a signal of relief, announcing the end of History of Magic class, Draco was nearly the first to spring from his seat. He brushed imaginary dust from his robes, as if trying to shake off the stale smell of Professor Binns, then fell into step beside Henry as the stream of students carried them out of the classroom, his grey eyes inquisitive. "Your Highness," he said in a lowered voice, his tone somewhere between casual and tentative, "at least there are no more classes today. You mentioned yesterday that we should chat about the house, or something else." He was clearly still preoccupied with Dumbledore's summons at breakfast and the many mysteries surrounding Henry. Henry turned his head, offering a gentle, knowing smile. "Of course. I happen to have prepared some refreshments. There's a quiet, empty classroom upstairs. It's better to sit there than risk being disturbed in the corridor or the common room." Draco raised an eyebrow, surprised by the mention of refreshments and an empty classroom, though more curious than anything else. An empty classroom? Are you sure? House elves can sometimes provide helpful guidance, Henry said casually, without elaborating. Just the two of us? Or do you think Miss Parkinson might be interested? I don't mind having another conversation partner. Draco paused, not having expected Henry to bring up Pansy. He quickly weighed his options. Pansy was talkative, but her family's stance was clear, and she was extraordinarily sensitive to social cues. Bringing her along was actually a sensible choice. Pansy? She's usually interested in these sorts of things. I'll go ask her. He turned and made his way toward Pansy, who was gathered with several girls, and whispered a few words. Pansy's eyes immediately lit up, her gaze swept quickly over Draco's shoulder to Henry, and she nodded without hesitation, her face bright with excitement. The abandoned classroom on the second floor had been carefully cleaned. The dust was gone, and several tall windows admitted generous afternoon sunlight, casting warm, dappled patterns across the worn but clean floor. At the center of the room, several desks had been pushed together and covered with a thick, dark green tablecloth embroidered with the Slytherin house crest. A dazzling set of bone china teaware was already in place atop one of the tables, its thin, translucent walls edged with platinum. A magnificent three-tiered silver pastry stand rose at the center. The bottom tier held neatly arranged finger sandwiches in several flavors: cucumber, smoked salmon, and jam with the crusts trimmed away. The middle tier featured scones exuding an enticing buttery aroma, accompanied by Devonshire clotted cream and homemade strawberry rose jam, and the top tier held miniature French desserts: fruit tarts, macarons, and chocolate mousse cups. Two high-backed armchairs and a smaller chair surrounded the table, all freshly arranged, the air carrying the distinctive muscatel aroma of Darjeeling tea. When Pansy stepped into the classroom, she gasped, her fingers instinctively flying to cover her mouth. "Merlin!" she murmured, her gaze sweeping from the tea set to the pastries before settling on Henry's composed face. This was no ordinary offering from Hogwarts kitchens, nor anything easily found in Diagon Alley. It was a silent declaration of extraordinary expense. Draco, for all his efforts to remain composed, could not quite conceal the shock in his eyes. He was no stranger to luxury, but to produce such a complete and ceremonially precise afternoon tea within the castle walls, so quickly and quietly, was beyond anything he could account for. "Please sit, Miss Parkinson, Draco," Henry said, gesturing as a host might and settling into the armchair of honor with unhurried ease. "I hope the tea is still at the perfect temperature." He lifted the silver teapot and poured tea into 3 cups. The liquid was a beautiful amber, steaming gently. Then he added a small measure of milk to his own cup, every movement precise and entirely natural, unhurried without being slow. "Please help yourselves," he said. Pansy picked up her bone china cup almost reverently, marveling at its weightlessness as she sipped carefully. "This is so exquisite, Your Highness." Her voice was much softer than usual, stripped of its habitual sharpness. "It's just a habit," Henry smiled, setting a jam finger sandwich onto his small dish with the silver tongs. "In Hogwarts, it's comforting to keep some old customs. Especially," he paused, glancing at Draco, "after a particularly spirited session with Professor Binns." Draco gave a dry chuckle, though in truth he found the atmosphere entirely to his liking, more refined, somehow, than anything he recalled even at the manor. For a fleeting moment, he felt almost more at ease here than he did at his father's table. "It's certainly more interesting than sitting through those old-fashioned names," he said, reaching for a scone and spreading it with butter and jam as Henry had done. The taste surprised him pleasantly. "You said you wanted to talk about the house. What do you think of Slytherin so far? Is it what you expected? Very organized and well-structured?" Henry set down his teacup and leaned forward slightly, his manner focused and candid. "The way the house operates is quite interesting. Everything here seems to follow certain unspoken rules. I must say, Miss Farley is very capable." Pansy immediately chimed in, her words quickening. "Oh, Miss Farley. She was a top student in her 5th year. Everyone says she'll go straight to the ministry after graduation, perhaps even to the minister's own office. She's always meticulous, hardly any Slytherin dislikes her. Power tends to favor those who are organized, regardless of where they find themselves, Henry remarked gently, then shifted the subject with the same ease. And the courses? Draco seems to have some reservations about history of magic. I'm looking forward to potions on Friday. That's where a wizard's true value is demonstrated. Draco straightened in his chair, his familiar confidence returning. Those complex recipes and precise techniques can't be mastered through rote memorization or recklessness. He gave a knowing smirk, clearly thinking of a certain red-haired Gryffindor. My father always said that potions is the culmination of wisdom, bloodline, and patience. That sounds very true. Henry nodded without refuting, then turned to Pansy. Miss Parkinson? Is there a course you're particularly looking forward to? Surprised to be addressed directly, Pansy flushed slightly. I think defense against the dark arts would be interesting. Although this year's professor, Quirrell, seems a bit strange. She wrinkled her nose. But I've heard that some ancient spells are very elegant. She glanced at the silverware on the table, rather like these tea sets. A wonderful analogy, Henry said warmly. Elegance and power coexisting, that is the essence of many ancient arts. Plus. Thank you at FC_2003 and at Nicholas Berenger for joining my P*Trian. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 18, Letters Home. He poured himself more tea and asked conversationally, your families must have many stories about the inheritance of magical skills, I imagine? Not the grand, sweeping history Professor Binns recounts, but something closer, the kind of wisdom passed down around the family fireplace. The topic was safe and appealing. Draco began recounting certain legends of the Malfoy family in potions and collecting, while Pansy interjected with an account of the Parkinsons' involvement in a well-known 19th-century debate over the rights of magical creatures. Henry listened attentively, asking questions at well-chosen moments to draw them further out. As the tea and pastries were gradually consumed, the atmosphere eased into something comfortable and unhurried, warmed by the scent of black tea and the low murmur of conversation. Henry guided the pace throughout, never pressing too deeply into sensitive matters of lineage, nor allowing the talk to drift into empty complaints. He raised the subject of Hogwarts' ghostly portraits, compared the differences between Hogsmeade and the Muggle countryside, and touched on the distinct character of the Scottish landscape versus the English. When Pansy paused once more to marvel at the delicacy of a French pastry, Henry set his teacup down with a faint, clear clink enough to draw their attention back without demanding it. Actually, he said, his voice unhurried, Hogwarts and indeed the entire wizarding world reminds me of certain things I've read about. Ancient families, long-standing traditions, meticulously maintained rules, these are invaluable things. The cornerstones of power. Draco and Pansy both looked at him, waiting. But history also tells us that clinging to tradition alone is never quite enough. Sometimes a new perspective is needed, a new kind of connection. His gaze moved slowly between them. Like this afternoon tea. It originated in my world, yet sharing it here, in the wizarding world, with the two of you, seems to give it a different kind of charm entirely. Different systems of thinking can coexist, they can even complement each other. He paused, watching Draco's thoughtful expression and Pansy's barely contained excitement. Slytherin values ambition and resources. But true resources may not be limited to galleons and ancient spellbooks, they include information, unique perspectives, and social bonds that transcend the ordinary. He left the thought unfinished. The meaning was clear enough. Draco turned the words over slowly, while Pansy was already composing a letter to her father in her head. As the afternoon tea drew to a close, Henry reached for a small, unassuming silver bell on the table and gave it a gentle shake. Moments later, several Hogwarts house elves appeared and began tidying up with swift, silent efficiency, as though nothing had ever been disturbed. As they left the classroom, Pansy thanked Henry warmly, her eyes bright with genuine eagerness. Draco walked beside Henry for a short distance, and before they parted ways, he spoke up abruptly, "A very interesting afternoon, Your Highness. Perhaps we can do this again." "You're welcome anytime," Henry replied with a smile. After they parted, Henry instructed Lucy to finish seeing to the room, then returned to his dormitory and sat down to write. "To my dearest grandmother. Written at the window of the Slytherin cellars, Hogwarts Castle. I hope that when this letter reaches you, the gardens of Buckingham Palace will still be bathed in warm autumn sun. Mercury, you remember, the snowy owl who always strikes a rather philosophical pose, seems to have taken a genuine liking to crossing the lake to deliver messages, a task that makes him appear far more solemn than he ever does when eating nuts. At the sorting ceremony, I was placed into Slytherin House, a house that prizes honor and bloodline, and one from which, it must be said, many distinguished wizards have emerged. Merlin himself is reputed to have come from this very house. Life at Hogwarts is, as Professor Dumbledore suggested it would be, full of wonderful surprises. The castle itself feels rather like a breathing, living thing, the staircases change direction of their own accord, and the figures in the portraits not only converse with one another but offer unsolicited commentary on the students passing beneath them. I have had to stay rather alert, lest I be mocked by some painted knight for having a worse sense of direction than a troll on my way to class. As for the courses, Professor Bin's history of magic is quite enough to lull even the most energetic person to sleep. One cannot ask for too much, of course. He is, after all, a ghost. In contrast, the herbology theory lesson shared with Ravenclaw was far more engaging. Professor Sprout is very kind, and her illustrated atlas of magical plants is remarkably vivid. Potions and charms do not begin until tomorrow, and I find myself genuinely looking forward to both. What I ought to report to you most, however, is not the coursework, but a small experiment in the form of afternoon tea. This afternoon, after our History of Magic lecture concluded, I invited two of my Slytherin classmates, Mr. Draco Malfoy and Miss Pansy Parkinson, to take tea with me in a quiet, empty classroom within the castle. You once taught me that maintaining familiar rituals in unfamiliar environments provides a kind of stability, an invisible measure of equilibrium, a lesson I have kept close. Please allow me to thank you again for your thoughtful and generous arrangements. The assistance of Lucy, the house elf assigned to me by Headmaster Dumbledore, was impeccable, and what might have been a very simple affair became a proper one. The effect was quite interesting. Mr. Malfoy was visibly surprised at first. He is well acquainted with the convenience and spectacle of magic, but clearly rather less experienced with the particular weight that ritual carries in another tradition. Miss Parkinson, by contrast, proved more sensitive to detail, marveling at everything from the glaze of the bone china to the recipe of the scones. We spoke about the house, the curriculum, and family history naturally, only what they were willing to share and nothing that touched on sensitive matters and compared the character of Hogwarts to that of the English countryside. I tried to convey that I respected their traditions and the values Slytherin prizes. At the same time, I offered what I hope were some complementary perspectives, the possibility that old traditions and new ways of thinking need not be in opposition. Judging by their reactions, this message was received, and perhaps even overinterpreted. Miss Parkinson's eyes carried the particular gleam of someone who has spotted a new investment opportunity, while Mr. Malfoy fell into a more complex contemplation, a mixture of curiosity, careful assessment, and a stubborn reluctance to let his interest show. It is only a beginning, Grandma. I am playing a slow game of chess, and this first move was simply the placing of pieces. Slytherins believe in power and self-interest, mere friendliness counts for very little here. One must demonstrate value. Afternoon tea is the first form of value I have offered, not galleons, but style, a certain access to things beyond their ordinary experience, and a kind of social capital they had not anticipated. Miss Gemma Farley, our prefect, is still observing me quietly. That is perfectly fine, it tells me she is cautious, which is as it should be. Please do not worry about me, I am quite comfortable here, and rather at ease. My roommate, Theodore Knott, is a quiet young man, observant and an avid reader. We have arrived at a very agreeable understanding of not disturbing each other, which suits me well. The coursework, though peculiar, is genuinely challenging. Have William and Harry found their way into some new trouble? Kiss their mischievous cheeks for me, and tell them their brother is learning to make teacups float by themselves. That ought to buy you 5 minutes of quiet, at least. My deepest love to great-grandma, may she always be in the best of health. Please also convey my thoughts to father and mother, and tell them I am doing well and applying myself diligently, including to the art of politely conversing with a talking stone serpent. Forever yours, your loyal and devoted grandson, Henry. Henry wrote that letter not once, but again a second version, addressed separately to his father and mother. By the time he set down his quill, his hand ached from the effort. He sighed. Plus. Thank you at Zika for joining my P*Trian. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 19, The Opportunity. When Draco returned to the 3-person room he shared in the Slytherin dormitory, his 2 roommates were clumsily attempting to stick chocolate frog cards to the wall beside their beds, their hands already smeared with chocolate. A sweet, cloying smell hung in the air. Draco wrinkled his nose, the crisp, delicate memory of the afternoon tea room flickering unbidden through his mind. Those had been rather finer surroundings. He waved a hand in response to his roommate's mumbled greetings, ignoring them entirely, and went straight to his desk. He drew out a sheet of special parchment bearing the subtle watermark of the Malfoy family crest and picked up his quill. What followed was far more careful and extensive than his usual brief letters home to reassure his mother he was safe. He described Henry Wales, emphasizing the royal significance of the name, and noted Henry's private meeting with Dumbledore at breakfast. He did not know the specifics of their conversation, but that detail alone struck him as worth reporting. Then, marshalling every word at his disposal, he set about describing the afternoon tea in full. The bone china with its platinum rim, the contents of the 3-tiered pastry stand, the particular manner in which Henry had poured the tea in ease that could never quite be imitated, and his perceptive reading of Slytherin's unspoken rules, his respect for the traditions of ancient families, and those final, deliberate words. Draco wrote his assessment plainly: he is far more than a merely curious novelty. The resources and perspectives he represents are unique, perhaps unprecedented in our own circles. He speaks of mutual benefit, father, and I believe he warrants further observation and limited contact. He seems to understand our rules rather well. At the bottom of the letter, he added a single line: he calls me Draco, in private. Almost simultaneously, in the girls' dormitory, Pansy was hunched over her own desk, her quill flying across the page, the flush of excitement still bright on her face. Her letter to her father was more effusive, dense with description. You absolutely cannot imagine how exquisite that tea set was, more refined than the antiques we saw at the Magic Manor auction. Every movement His Highness Henry made, Draco insists on the honorific, and I think he's right, was like something out of a painting. The way he spoke, oh, father, he spoke with such knowledge and such genuine respect when he brought up the goblin rights debates the Parkinson family had been involved in. He said the Slytherin traditions were clear and well structured, and that someone as methodical as Gemma Farley was destined for power. I don't think he is simply trying to make friends. It feels more like he is establishing something, a kind of salon, the sort you once described to me, the kind that used to flourish in the French wizarding world. He sits at the center of it, and Draco and I are, I believe, the first guests he has invited. That matters, doesn't it? I think we ought to value this connection. That evening, Lucius received his son's letter. He sat by the fireplace with Narcissa, reading it by the shifting light of the flames. I never imagined there would be a member of the Muggle royal family among this year's new students, Narcissa said, a note of genuine surprise in her voice. And a Slytherin, no less. Not merely a member of the royal family, the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, the heir apparent. Lucius's expression was unreadable. Do you think Draco should pursue the connection? Narcissa asked. This could very well be an opportunity, Sissy. Lucius smiled faintly, then said, the Ministry's stance grows more unsettling with each passing month, and Fudge is a complete fool, far too easily manipulated. He paused, his gaze drifting to the dark window. Since those days, the standing of pure-blood families in the wizarding world has grown increasingly precarious. There are those who now advocate compromise with Muggles. Perhaps this changes certain calculations. Narcissa's brow furrowed slightly, her tone edged with distaste. But Draco's letter says Dumbledore is plainly making things easier for the boy, that old madman. And that is precisely where it becomes interesting, and where the risk lies. Lucius turned to face her. Dumbledore is, at the very least, tolerating this and quite possibly encouraging it. The boy is being allowed to build influence within the castle. That suggests there may be some understanding between him, or the Muggle royal family behind him, and Dumbledore, something we are not yet privy to. But if even Dumbledore considers it worth investing in. He did not finish the thought, and he did not need to. Narcissa already understood him perfectly. Then you mean, she began. Let Draco continue making contact and keep a close eye on things. Lucius's decision was swift and firm. But carefully. We cannot appear too eager, that would suggest the Malfoy family is the one seeking favor. The impression must be one of equal exchange, grounded in mutual respect and shared potential. He leaned forward slightly, his voice measured. Guide Draco to learn from this prince not merely those polished table manners, but the underlying logic. How Muggle society's upper echelons operate, how power moves among them, and how they regard the wizarding world. That kind of information is worth far more than galleons. He drew out a sheet of parchment bearing the silver serpent emblem, took up the emerald-encrusted quill, and began his reply to Draco. His handwriting was an ornate, deliberate cursive. Your keen observation is commendable. Seeking the company of those who possess uncommon backgrounds and perspectives is a quality and a foresight befitting a future gentleman. Remember that the Malfoys appreciate elegance and wisdom, in whatever form they may happen to appear. Dumbledore's attention is a signal worth noting, but not one to be overinterpreted. Direct your energy toward understanding the world this Mr. Wales represents, its history, its rules, and its way of thinking. There may be more of value there than is immediately apparent. Maintain your composure and your judgment at all times. A few well-chosen family anecdotes, nothing that touches on anything essential, make for perfectly suitable conversation, but more importantly, listen. Knowing how to draw useful information from an exchange is a more practical skill than any spell you will learn this term. Compared to the Malfoys' measured approach, Mr. Parkinson's reply to Pansy was considerably warmer in tone. Both families were members of the Sacred 28 and committed pure-blood traditionalists, yet the Parkinsons had long held a somewhat different view than most, that Muggle nobility and wizarding purebloods were, in certain respects, cut from the same cloth. There was even an old and faintly absurd symmetry in it, pure-blood wizards and Muggle aristocrats alike placing the highest possible value on the purity of their lineage. And the circumstances of the moment made it all the more relevant. Pure-blood families had been in decline for years, their former influence much diminished, their old certainties badly shaken by the failure of their former master. Many were quietly casting about for a new direction. Henry's arrival at Hogwarts presented itself, to those with eyes to see it, as precisely that kind of opportunity, a chance to restore a family's standing through a connection that was, to say the least, without precedent. A boy of royal blood, the eldest grandson, the direct heir to the most powerful throne in the Muggle world, what that signified required no explanation. To put his daughter entirely at ease, Mr. Parkinson went so far as to retrieve from the family library a dusty account of an ancestor's loyal service to the crown and the fiefdom that had followed from it. The following morning at breakfast, 2 replies descended into the Great Hall of Hogwarts and landed precisely at the young master's table. ++++++. 20 PS equals 2 extra chapters. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Identity Exposed. Henry sat at the center of the Slytherin table, his characteristic breakfast spread laid out before him as usual. He held a silver spoon in one hand and, in the other, a freshly delivered copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline concerned the Ministry of Magic's raid on a suspicious shop in Nocturne Alley, accompanied by a photograph of several tight-faced wizards being led away. Henry read with quiet attention, his brow slightly furrowed, a marked contrast to the noise and laughter surrounding him. 2 figures approached the edge of the Slytherin table with visible hesitation. It was Justin and Hannah, 2 Hufflepuff first years, and the first classmates Henry had met on the train. Justin wore a smile that mixed excitement with nerves, while Hannah followed a half-step behind him, peering curiously forward. "Good morning, Mr. Welsh." Justin attempted to keep his voice natural, though it wavered slightly. Approaching the Slytherin table, with so much of the Great Hall looking on, required a certain amount of courage. Henry looked up from his newspaper, his assessing gaze softening at once into a warm smile. "Good morning, Mr. Finch Fletchley, Miss Abbott. How are you settling into Hufflepuff?" His tone was easy and friendly, as though he were greeting 2 perfectly familiar acquaintances. "Oh, very well, very well. The common room is right next to the kitchens. It's wonderfully warm, and..." Justin's words were cut off by another voice, rapid, bright, and slightly breathless with excitement. "Oh! My goodness! It really is you!" Hermione Granger had marched over from the Gryffindor table, her thick brown hair even more disheveled than usual, her eyes wide and fixed on Henry with an expression of barely contained disbelief. Entirely unbothered by the unspoken boundaries between house tables, she stared at him with shining eyes. "I thought you looked familiar on the train, but I wasn't certain until last night, when I realized, you're Prince Henry. Prince Henry of Wales. The son of Prince Charles and Princess Diana." Her voice was clear and carrying, and it reached the nearby tables without any difficulty. Several students stopped eating to look over. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's fork hovered frozen in the air, the sausage in his mouth forgotten. Harry turned his head in bafflement. Hermione pressed on, flushed and rapid, as though reciting from an encyclopedia. "I've read every biography of the royal family. I know you're 11 and should be at prep school, but I never imagined you received a letter from Hogwarts. That's extraordinary. Does this mean the royal family has always known about the wizarding world? Does the International Statute of Secrecy have special provisions for the monarchy? And..." Her torrent of questions left Justin and Hannah visibly stunned. Around the Slytherin table, the air seemed to crystallize curious glances, cold scrutiny, barely concealed amusement, and outright displeasure, all converging on the same spot. Draco, who had just finished reading his father's carefully worded reply and was in the process of cutting a piece of smoked fish, went completely still. He looked up first at Hermione, then quickly across to Henry. A Gryffindor and a Muggle born at that, daring to stride up to the Slytherin table and speak at that volume, in front of everyone. He had no intention of interfering, but he did want very much to see how Henry would handle it. Beside him, Pansy wrinkled her nose and leaned toward the girl next to her, murmuring, "Look at that mud, that Gryffindor. No manners whatsoever." She was watching Henry just as closely as Draco was. Even Theodore, usually absorbed entirely in whatever he was reading, had lifted his eyes from his potions textbook, his gaze calm and unhurried as it moved across the scene. Faced with Hermione's volley of questions and the attention of what felt like half the Great Hall, Henry set down his newspaper and spoon without any evident hurry. There was no embarrassment on his face, and no irritation, only a quiet, measured expression, the sort an older brother might wear when confronted with a younger sibling's excessive enthusiasm, patient, faintly tolerant, and entirely composed. "Miss Granger," he said, his voice steady and unhurried, carrying a quality that cut gently through Hermione's rapid-fire energy, "your knowledge is impressive. Even so, I think questions of that nature would be better suited to a private conversation with one of the professors, or perhaps to the more specialized resources available in the library's restricted section rather than to the breakfast table. Don't you think?" He neither confirmed nor denied a single thing, but redirected the matter entirely and made plain, without any sharpness, that this was not the time or the place. Then, turning back to Justin and Hannah with the same easy warmth as before, he said, "It was a pleasure to see you both, Mr. Finch-Fletchley, Miss Abbott. Have a good day." It was simultaneously a polite farewell to the Hufflepuffs and an unmistakable cue for Hermione to go. Her face, already pink from rushing over, turned a deeper shade this time from embarrassment. She seemed to register only then just how abrupt she had been, and precisely where she had come to do it. "Oh, right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Your Highness." She stammered, seized her bag, nodded to Henry almost frantically, shot a quick glance at Justin and Hannah, and then turned and walked briskly back toward the Gryffindor table, leaving a trail of stifled laughter and whispered commentary in her wake. Justin and Hannah made their own hurried farewells and departed. The noise of the Slytherin table gradually resumed, though more than a few pairs of eyes still lingered on Henry. He picked up his newspaper again, his posture entirely unchanged, as though the whole affair had been little more than a passing draught. Draco exhaled slowly and returned to his smoked fish, though his knife moved at a considerably more thoughtful pace than before. His feelings on the matter were complicated. Henry's handling of it, that composed, faintly lordly patience with which he had dispatched the overeager Gryffindor, gave Draco a quiet, involuntary sense of satisfaction. That was how one managed such a situation. At the same time, Hermione's outburst had made something unmistakably plain to him and to every Slytherin at the table. Henry Wales's standing among Muggles was extraordinarily high, and it drew an intensity of curiosity from the other houses, particularly among students of Muggle background, that was not going to go away quietly. Pansy said nothing more, but her expression of distaste remained. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 21, Room of Requirements. The first class of the morning was Charms, taught by Professor Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House. He was quite small, barely visible over his desk without the assistance of a stack of books, and began the lesson by calling the register. When the last name had been read, he set it aside. In a high-pitched yet carrying voice, he announced, "Today, we will light the first spark of magic at Hogwarts, the wand-lighting charm, Lumos. This is the cornerstone of all practical spell work. It tests not brute force, but the subtle control required for a steady magical output." Professor Flitwick walked them through the syllable breakdown of the incantation, the precise range of wrist rotation, and, most importantly, the importance of clear visualization. The pronunciation must be exact. Hold in your mind a steady, pure light blooming from the tip of your wand, not a blinding flash, and not a faint flicker. Paired with Theodore, Henry adjusted his breathing, followed the professor's instructions, rotated his wrist with a light, deliberate motion, and said clearly, "Lumos." A stable, soft white halo gathered at once at the tip of his wand like a candle flame enclosed within an invisible lampshade, illuminating a corner of the book in front of him without so much as a flicker. "Beautiful. Absolutely perfect, Mr. Welsh." Professor Flitwick appeared beside their desk as though he had materialized there, his eyes bright with admiration. "Smooth magical output, flawless control. 5 points to Slytherin." Professor McGonagall's class, by contrast, required no intervention to fall silent. Her opening remarks were sufficient. "Transfiguration is the most rigorous and the most dangerous subject in your course of study. Any lapse in concentration will lead to irreversible consequences, she said. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be removed and will not return. I have warned you. She then transformed her lectern into a pig and back again without pausing to acknowledge the students' expressions. Everyone in the room longed to do the same thing immediately, but Professor McGonagall had no intention of indulging that wish. She proceeded to lay out the foundational principles of transfiguration in thorough and uncompromising detail, after which she distributed a match to each student and asked them to attempt to turn it into a needle. Henry produced visible changes on his first attempt. The tip was not yet sharp, but the shape was already beginning to suggest a needle. Before the lesson ended, he had turned it into a slender sewing needle with a clean, tapered point and, for good measure, had engraved a small serpent pattern along its length. Exceptional transfiguration, Mr. Welsh. Professor McGonagall lifted the needle and held it up for the class to see. A flawless piece of work. 10 points to Slytherin. She then gave Henry a rare, brief smile. It was clear that even this exacting and traditional woman found his performance admirable. Apart from Henry, only Hermione Granger managed to successfully complete the transfiguration, earning Gryffindor 5 points in the process. "You're really good at this," Draco said after class, eyeing Henry with undisguised envy. 15 points for Slytherin in just 2 lessons. "Practice makes a difference," Henry replied, his tone easy, neither arrogant nor falsely modest. "Once you understand what it's actually asking of you, Draco, you'll find it less difficult than it seems now." The class had been looking forward to Defense Against the Dark Arts, but Professor Quirrell's lesson had already become something close to a joke. His classroom reeked of garlic, which everyone said was to ward off a vampire he had apparently encountered somewhere in Romania, for fear it might come back to finish what it had started. He claimed his large purple turban was a gift from an African prince, given in thanks for his help in dealing with a resurrected zombie, though whether anyone genuinely believed that story was difficult to say. When Pansy asked, with poorly concealed skepticism, how exactly he had defeated the resurrected zombie, the professor flushed to his ears and began mumbling something incoherent about the weather. The class also noted that the turban itself smelled distinctly odd. "It's garlic obviously," Millicent Bulstrode said dryly after class. "They say vampires are terrified of it, so he's stuffed the turban full of it to protect himself from being hunted." "It's not entirely impossible," Pansy added, with a gleeful sort of disgust. No Slytherin had any particular fondness for their stammering professor. Henry said nothing. He did, of course, know perfectly well why Professor Quirrell kept his turban on and what it was concealing, but that had nothing to do with him. That particular problem belonged to Mr. Potter's story, not his. After classes ended, it was time for afternoon tea. The location was the same cleverly arranged empty classroom on the second floor, dressed as before with the dark green tablecloth, the bone china teaware, and the full 3-tiered pastry stand. Draco and Pansy had already become regulars, and this time Pansy had brought along her friend Daphne Greengrass, a pretty, fair-haired girl from a traditional pure-blood family who was attending for the first time, visibly excited and doing her best not to show it. Henry intended to establish the afternoon tea as a proper fixture within Slytherin. The atmosphere was considerably more relaxed than it had been the first time. Draco found occasion to mention, somewhat obliquely, certain accounts of wizarding interactions with Muggles that had featured in his father's letters, taking care to leave out the parts that reflected too specifically on the Malfoy family. Pansy contributed anecdotes she had collected from family conversations over the years. Daphne was quiet at first, but under Henry's gentle and unhurried prompting, she gradually began to speak about the Greengrass family's tradition of cultivating certain rare magical plants, her composure warming by degrees as she went. When the tea party drew to a close and Draco, Pansy, and Daphne turned toward the Great Hall, Henry did not follow. He waited until they had gone, then turned and made his way toward the upper levels of the castle, moving with clear purpose. He found the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy without difficulty, the one depicting a hapless man being beaten by trolls, and crossed to the plain stretch of wall directly opposite it. He stood still for a moment, shaping the need clearly in his mind, a private room where I can practice spells safely, without interruption, and observe the effects of my magic. He paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. A smooth, unremarkable doorway appeared quietly in the stone. Henry pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was more functional than he had expected, spacious and unadorned, the walls and floor appearing to be composed of some dim, matte material that seemed to absorb magical energy rather than reflect it. A few fixed magical lamps provided steady illumination. In one corner, a low shelf held a modest arrangement of practice dummies and targets. It was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. The outside world seemed to have been entirely shut away. +++++++. 100 PS equals 2 extra chapters. Thank you at Louis, at Stick420 for joining my Patreon. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Relics. Henry began by reviewing the wand lighting charm and the matchstick to needle transfiguration. Both came smoothly. The orb of light held steady, the needle transformed cleanly. After running through them several times, he moved on to spells he had not yet covered in class, the levitation charm, and its extended applications in cushioning and velocity control. These he mastered with reasonable speed, guiding the rise and fall of a feather and a cushion with growing precision. The slightly more demanding spells were another matter. After several attempts at the disarming charm and the reductor curse, he accepted the reality plainly enough: he could not cast them yet, not reliably. He was not discouraged by this. One had to take things in the right order. His overall pace of learning, he noted, was decent but not exceptional. He had no obvious extraordinary aptitude of the sort Harry possessed for certain defensive spells, or the kind of instinctive affinity that reportedly made certain charms come naturally to some students from their very first attempt. He was competent and improving. That was sufficient for now. He crossed to the other side of the room, faced the practice dummy, and raised his wand. He had come here to practice, and since he was here, he saw no reason not to conduct a proper self-assessment. "Crucio," he said clearly, flicking his wand in a sharp diagonal upward motion. Nothing happened. No light, no activation, no response from the dummy whatsoever, as though he had simply spoken a meaningless syllable aloud. It was not a shortage of magic. Something more fundamental was absent: the intense, consuming desire to inflict extreme pain, and the cruel satisfaction that desire required. He could not manufacture those feelings, and his magic knew it. Imperio. He tried again, this time attempting to conjure the sensation of bending another will entirely to his own. Still nothing. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the dummy and made a deliberate effort to gather something cold and absolute, a pure intent to end. Avada Kedavra. As he had expected, his wand did not produce so much as a trace of green light. 3 attempts. 3 complete failures. Henry lowered his wand and gave a small, indifferent shrug. Good. This was a genuinely good thing. Having no aptitude for the unforgivable curses was not a deficiency worth mourning. All 3 required the caster to sustain deeply destructive emotional states, and possessing a natural talent for that kind of magic would have presented a far more troubling problem than lacking it. Practice it, and the mind risks being slowly warped by the darkness it invites. Decline to practice it, and the talent sits there festering, unused and unresolved. That particular door being closed from the start was a simpler and cleaner arrangement. He turned back to his earlier work and resumed practice on the spells he had already begun to develop. Mastery required patience and repetition, there was no shortcut worth taking, and the correct approach was to consolidate what he had before reaching further. For several days, his routine held steady. Outside of classes, he found quiet spaces to practice. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, tea was laid out in the second-floor classroom. After tea, he made his way to the room of requirement. On Friday morning, as he sat at breakfast in the Great Hall, Mercury landed beside him with a soft beat of wings, carrying 2 letters. The first was from his parents. To our dearest Henry. Written at Kensington Palace, on a chaotic morning during which Harry has already broken another vase. We hope that when this letter arrives, breakfast at Hogwarts is considerably quieter than it is here. Your mother has insisted on dictating while I write, on the grounds that my handwriting is at least legible to house elves, a claim I dispute. First and most importantly, we miss you terribly. The dining table feels too large, and the garden too quiet without you. But knowing that you are doing well, and that you are already in your particular way shaping your new environment rather than merely adjusting to it, our longing has a great deal of pride mixed in with it. The lessons you described, and the afternoon tea salon you have apparently established, were wonderful to read about. Your mother was struck by what you wrote about Miss Farley, and I find your observations on spell work genuinely interesting. Please continue sharing these thoughts in your letters. Now, to the disasters you have left in your wake. William has decided that, as the current eldest brother in residence, he insists on that phrasing, he has full rights to use your study for his rocket experiments. You can imagine how that has gone. Harry has appointed himself his devoted and utterly incompetent assistant. The 2 of them attempted to use the laundry room as a skateboard track yesterday and came very close to ruining one of the servants' shirts. I have been invoking your name as a deterrent. What would Brother Henry say? And it carries some weight for the moment, though I suspect that will not last. Your mother says the household urgently needs your steady influence back. I think what the household urgently needs is for you to come home and help manage these 2 small catastrophes. They are very lively. They are also a genuine headache. Your mother has asked me to make sure I pass this on. Wherever you are, please look after yourself first. Do not be anxious. Enjoy the magic. Enjoy making friends. Enjoy being yourself, and not only someone's grandson or son. She is enormously proud of you, and she looks at the enchanted picture book you brought back from Diagon Alley every single day. Harry likes it too, though we have put it somewhere he cannot easily find it. Write to us often, even just a few lines. All our love. Father and Mother. Henry folded the letter away with a quiet smile. He could picture the scene at the palace quite clearly without any difficulty. He set it aside and opened the second letter. To Henry. Mercury arrived safely this morning, a little weathered but no less dignified, and has been properly seen to and is resting. Your grandfather and I were very glad to learn of your enrollment and your sorting into Slytherin House. The house is well known for valuing tradition and for its clear-eyed understanding of the world. This arrangement reflects the sorting hat's considerable wisdom and suits your character well. Learning to read rules and understand people in that environment is an experience worth more than almost any other, and far more than anything a more comfortable placement could offer. I have read your account of the courses and the first afternoon tea with care. You have shown good judgment in using the opportunity to build relationships thoughtfully and without rushing. Remember that true influence begins with respect and with listening, and is sustained by offering something of genuine and irreplaceable value to others. You have made a solid start. Your dealings with the younger generation of the Malfoys, the Parkinsons, and others of that circle should continue to be approached with patience and attention. Understanding what they think, what they want, and what they fear is itself an education. The lively disorder your father mentioned is simply part of growing up. There is no cause for concern. They will find their own way in time, just as you are finding yours. Enclosed is a small box of Balmoral shortbread, made here as it always has been. I hope it brings you a taste of home in the middle of your studies. One further thing. Upon hearing of your sorting into Slytherin, your great-grandmother selected a gift from the royal collection. It is a serpent ring, once worn by Queen Victoria, and she wishes you to have it. It carries considerable meaning. Please cherish it. With love. Grandmother. +++++++. 100 PS equals 2 extra chapters. Thank you at Akira Light, at Adam Blair, at Vitor Pereira and at Samo Erlay for joining my Patreon. Note: I humbly beg you not to use Apple Pay loudly crying face. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Potions Class. Henry opened the small box that had arrived with the letter and lifted out a gold serpent ring set with an emerald. He knew the history of this ring well. It was the engagement ring Prince Albert had given to Queen Victoria, intended as a symbol of eternal love. The band was gold, with an emerald set into the serpent's head, the birthstone for May, Victoria's birth month. The snake design had become fashionable following Victoria's own snake-shaped wedding ring, and serpent jewellery had gone on to become an indispensable piece of adornment for women of the era. The Queen had been so devoted to what she saw as the snake's symbolism of wisdom and eternity that the motif had become something close to a personal emblem throughout her life and reign. It was, of course, a thoroughly Slytherin aesthetic. Perhaps that was exactly why his great-grandmother had chosen it. After breakfast, it was time for potions. If Henry had held high expectations for charms and transfiguration, he had saved at least 10 times as many for this class. Whether he would ever be rid of his hair loss depended, in no small part, on how well he managed potions. The class was held in an underground dungeon, considerably colder and gloomier than the rest of the castle. Glass jars lined every wall, their contents of preserved specimens floating in murky liquid, things with too many legs, or too few eyes, or entirely ambiguous anatomies that did not bear too much examination. Henry noted one jar in particular and decided not to think further about what it contained. Shortly after he had taken his seat, the classroom door swung open with a bang and Professor Snape swept in, his black robes billowing behind him like the wings of a very large and displeased bat. He proceeded to the lectern, picked up the register, and began calling names much as Professor Flitwick had done until he reached a particular entry. "Ah yes," he said, pausing. "Harry Potter. Our newest celebrity." Draco and his 2 companions, Crabbe and Goyle, covered their mouths and snickered. Henry said nothing, turning his quill idly between his fingers and watching Snape's pale, severe face with calm attention. When the register was finished, Professor Snape looked up at the class. His eyes were cold and entirely without warmth. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he said, his voice barely above a murmur and yet perfectly audible in every corner of the room. Like Professor McGonagall, he possessed the particular kind of authority that required no effort to enforce. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, or the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stopper death if you aren't as great a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Daphne, seated beside Henry, straightened almost imperceptibly, as if anxious to demonstrate that she was not a dunderhead. "Potter," Professor Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry clearly had no idea. Not far away, Hermione's hand shot into the air with characteristic urgency. "I don't know, sir," Harry said. Professor Snape's lip curled. Tisk, tisk, it seems fame isn't everything." He ignored Hermione entirely, though she was by now practically lifting herself from her seat. "Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir." "Clearly you didn't think it necessary to open your books before term started." Snape's expression did not change. "Then tell me, Potter, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know," Harry muttered, "but I think Hermione does." "Why don't you ask her?" A ripple of laughter moved through the classroom. Professor Snape looked displeased. "Sit down," he said sharply, and his gaze swept back to Harry. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. He let the silence settle for a moment. Well? Why aren't you all copying this down? The class bent hurriedly over their notebooks. Amid the scratching of quills, Snape added, without looking up, Potter, 1 point from Gryffindor for answering back. The lesson continued. Professor Snape divided the students into pairs and instructed them to brew a simple potion for the cure of boils. He then circled the room in his long black robes, observing as students weighed nettles and crushed snake fangs, and managing to find fault with nearly every table he passed. Most groups received at least a brief spray of criticism, if not something worse, with the notable exceptions of Draco's group and Henry's. Henry had read through the relevant section of the textbook before the lesson and worked through the preparation with methodical ease, pausing now and then to correct Daphne's technique. "Remember to take the cauldron off the flame before you add the porcupine quills," he said quietly. When Snape drifted to their table, pink smoke was already curling gently from the cauldron. He stared at it in silence for a moment, his gaze moving between Henry and Daphne, then gave a single, barely perceptible nod. Materials correctly handled, finished product meets the required standard. A pause. 10 points to Slytherin. Not everyone fared so well. Neville, the unfortunate Gryffindor, had added his porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the flame first. The resulting melt burned straight through the bottom of his cauldron and sent the potion seeping across the floor, eating holes through the shoes of several surrounding students. Neville himself came off worst of all, erupting in boils across his face and arms almost immediately. As Henry had fully expected, once Snape had finished with Neville, he turned his attention back to Harry and deducted another point from Gryffindor for good measure. What a pair those two were destined to be! +++++++. 100 PS equals 2 extra chapters. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The First Law of Politics. Look at Potter's face, Draco said gleefully as they settled into their seats in the Great Hall after class. It was priceless. He never expected Professor Snape to take a point from him. Too bad it was only 1 point, Pansy chimed in, stabbing a pea with her fork. Given that Longbottom nearly melted through his cauldron, 5 would have been entirely fair. I could smell that pungent potion stench from my seat against the wall. Daphne nodded slightly, sipping her pumpkin juice without adding anything, though a trace of Slytherin satisfaction lingered in her expression. After all, she and Henry had just earned 10 points for the house, while the boy who lived and his neighbors had been thoroughly humiliated by the professor. Henry sat beside them, absorbed in Hogwarts, a history. He paid no attention to the chatter around him, his gaze moving steadily across the yellowed pages of a chapter about the early disputes among the 4 founders, his quill occasionally noting a keyword or two on the parchment beside him. Draco noticed Henry's silence and felt that the carefully cultivated sense of shared camaraderie required a little maintenance. He raised his voice slightly. "If you ask me, Professor Snape should have given that chubby boy a proper scolding. Don't you think, Henry?" Henry looked up from his book. His gaze swept over Draco's expectant face, and he did not answer immediately. He closed the book with unhurried movements and set his quill beside the inkwell. "I think Professor Snape was remarkably gentle," he said quietly. A beat of silence followed. Everyone around him looked up with identically incredulous expressions. Draco's smirk froze. Pansy's fork stopped mid-air. Even the usually composed Daphne widened her eyes very slightly. Not even the most hardened Slytherin could claim to see any connection between Professor Snape and the word gentle. The idea was so thoroughly improbable that it took a moment to properly register. Draco recovered first, blinking in genuine astonishment. This was, he thought, a master class in something he could not quite name, a complete and deliberate inversion of the obvious, delivered with such utter calm that it demanded to be taken seriously. As expected of His Highness. Henry leaned back slightly, his fingertips resting on the closed cover of his book. "Think about it," he said, his voice still low. Longbottom made a foolish and dangerous mistake that nearly harmed himself and ruined the work of everyone around him. By any reasonable classroom standard, 10 points deducted or a detention would not have been unreasonable. Pansy nodded almost unconsciously, that was exactly what she had been thinking. But Professor Snape deducted nothing, Henry continued, his gaze moving between Draco and Pansy. He didn't even take the opportunity to deliver one of his longer, more pointed remarks, the way he did with Potter. Deducting points is not the goal in itself, the goal is to address the mistake and ensure the person responsible understands it. Longbottom had already paid the price for his error. After an experience like that, he will not forget the lesson. I think that is precisely why Professor Snape saw no need to add to it. He let the observation settle. Around him, not only were the Slytherins nodding, but several of the Gryffindors seated nearby, still quietly smarting over their lost point, found themselves doing the same. It was a genuinely unexpected line of reasoning. Then why did Professor Snape deduct another point from Potter? Daphne asked. You couldn't very well expect him to come away with nothing, Henry said, with a slight smile. Snape needed somewhere to put the irritation, and Potter handed him a perfectly good reason. He only has himself to blame for not preparing before class. The professor simply took the opening. In truth, Henry knew exactly what had been happening. Snape had been doing it deliberately. Harry looked so strikingly like his father, James Potter, that Snape had apparently been unable to leave the resemblance unacknowledged. Given the history between the two of them, today's potions class was, in all probability, only the beginning. Oh! Pansy reached across the table and snatched up the newspaper lying nearby. Look at this! Gringotts has released a new statement about the incident on the 31st of July. Henry glanced over. The headline read: Latest report on the Gringotts illegal entry incident. The investigation into the unlawful entry at Gringotts Bank on the 31st of July remains ongoing, and it is widely understood to be the work of an unidentified dark wizard. Gringotts representatives reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault searched by the intruder had, in fact, been emptied earlier that same day. A Gringotts Goblin spokesperson stated this afternoon, "We are not at liberty to disclose what was stored in the vault. It is best not to interfere." Draco reached for his own copy and scanned it quickly, his brow furrowing. The 31st of July? Isn't that just after we received our Hogwarts letters? Who could possibly break into Gringotts? Isn't it supposed to be the most secure place in Britain outside of Hogwarts itself? Pansy leaned in, pointing at the relevant lines. Look here. Nothing was stolen. The vault was emptied earlier that day. I find the timing rather too convenient. Daphne set down her pumpkin juice, her voice thoughtful. The vault that was broken into just happened to have been cleared on the very same day. Is that a coincidence, or did the intruder already know it was about to be emptied and try to reach it first? Or could there be some connection between whoever emptied the vault and whoever broke in? She let the question sit. At the Slytherin table, several older students nearby had been drawn into listening, leaning in with the quiet attentiveness of people who know better than to appear too interested. For children raised in wizarding households, accustomed from an early age to hearing whispers of secrets and rumors of hidden dealings, the irregularities at Gringotts were considerably more absorbing than any classroom squabble. Maybe there was never any gold in it to begin with, Pansy said, her eyes brightening with the pleasure of speculation. Maybe it was some dangerous dark artifact. Or a family heirloom, or a secret pact of some kind. That would explain the urgency to move it. The discussion gathered momentum, everyone arriving at different conclusions. Draco leaned toward a failed robbery, with the intruders being either incompetent or simply unlucky, Pansy favored some variety of hidden family vendetta or dark magic transaction. Daphne quietly turned over the coincidence of the timing and the careful contradictions in the official statement, not committing herself to anything. When the first wave of excitement had settled somewhat, Draco glanced over and noticed that Henry had returned to his history of magic book entirely. "Henry," he said, "what do you think? What actually happened? Are the goblins telling the truth about nothing being stolen?" Henry turned a page. "The first law of politics," he said, without looking up. "Only what has been officially denied is worth believing. Plus 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 plus. Sorry for my absence, I had a situation in real. Thankfully it was resolved, and the daily updates will continue after compensating you guys for the 200 PS. Thank you at Cameron Doyle, at Noah Bayer, at Pato Sinalima, at Victor Gonzalez, at Dylan, at Dragonslayer29, at Coxinove, at Justin Kuhn, at DRSPEX, at Alpha Gamma Gamma Epsilon Lambda Omicron Mu Omega Rho Omicron, at Jordan Gray, at Edric Vital for Join My P** Trian. The support is much appreciated. 450 PS equals 2 extra chapters. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Political Enlightenment 1. As something of a footnote to the day, a notice appeared on the common room board that very evening, flying lessons would begin the following Thursday, with Gryffindor and Slytherin students attending together. From the moment that notice went up, the Slytherin common room and, by all accounts, the entire first year became saturated with talk of broomsticks and Quidditch. An atmosphere of palpable excitement and elaborately embellished boasting about personal flying prowess settled over every common room and corridor. Draco, naturally, was a leading authority on the subject. Whether in the Great Hall or the common room, the moment the topic arose, he would settle back and launch into an extended account of his own exploits, his tone carefully calibrated to suggest casual indifference while every syllable radiated self-satisfaction. Honestly, Hogwarts rules are completely unreasonable about this. Father had me training on the Nimbus series at home ages ago, under proper supervision of course. Once, I was practicing a steep dive over the Wiltshire estate and very nearly went headlong into a Muggle helicopter flying far too low. That metal thing made a racket like a raging chimera, and at the very last second, he threw himself sideways in his seat, miming the evasive maneuver with considerable drama. Grazed right past it. You should have seen the look on those Muggle pilots' faces. Yes, and I'm sure the helicopter pilot has dined out on that story ever since. Sounds like you nearly gave the poor man a heart attack. Henry thought this privately and said nothing aloud. A little boasting was harmless enough. Draco was far from alone in the enterprise. Over at the Gryffindor table, Seamus Finnegan's voice was equally carrying, as he insisted he had spent almost his entire childhood on a broomstick, navigating the varied and treacherous terrain of the Irish countryside. Even Ron Weasley, encouraged by the proximity of an audience and the faint moral support of his twin brothers, flushed red and gestured enthusiastically while recounting a near collision with a passing glider on his brother Charlie's old and unpredictable broomstick, stressing that he had cleared it by the narrowest of margins. The poor Muggles, entirely unaware of their role in all these stories. Every child from a wizarding family seemed to feel a pressing need to establish their credentials before a single broomstick had been handed out. In the middle of all this, Neville Longbottom received a package from his grandmother. He opened it nervously at the Gryffindor table and produced a glass ball roughly the size of a large marble, filled with swirling white smoke. A sudden, brief quiet fell in the immediate vicinity. It was a remembrall, and when Neville held it, the smoke began slowly turning red. He stared at it with a blank, troubled expression, plainly unable to identify what he had forgotten. The combination of the remembrall's diligence and Neville's complete helplessness in the face of it made for a sight that was simultaneously comical and rather pitiable. The scene caught Draco's eye as he was passing the Gryffindor table on his way to the courtyard for some air. A mischievous light flashed in his gaze, and a familiar smirk took shape. Almost without hesitation, he stepped forward and, before Neville or Hermione could react, plucked the Remembrall clean out of Neville's hand. "Look at this!" He held it aloft, his voice carrying clearly across the hall and drawing further attention as he went. "Longbottom can't even remember what he's forgotten. This thing must be working overtime in his hands. Perhaps it's reminding you not to melt any more cauldrons." Neville's face went scarlet. He scrambled to his feet, reaching for the Remembrall but not quite managing to act on the impulse. "Malfoy!" Hermione's voice was sharp. "Give it back. It isn't yours." Draco was still turning the Remembrall over in his hand and composing his next remark when a cold, clear voice cut through the noise with the kind of authority that required no volume to be absolute. "Mr. Malfoy! Return that to Mr. Longbottom immediately." Professor McGonagall's expression behind her glasses could have etched glass. Draco's smirk vanished on the spot. Under the full weight of that look, he pushed the Remembrall back into Neville's hand with a mutter, then removed himself from the Gryffindor table's vicinity before anything further could be said. At afternoon tea, the sting of it had not entirely faded. Draco dropped into the chair beside Henry with slightly more force than necessary, his cheeks still carrying a trace of color. "Professor McGonagall always takes the Gryffindor's side," he muttered. "I was only having a look at it. It was just a joke." Pansy offered quiet agreement. Daphne said nothing. Henry set down Quidditch through the ages and turned to look at Draco with calm, unhurried attention. He did not offer comfort or criticism. The silence he left was enough to make Draco's complaints sound a little less certain even to their speaker. After a moment, Henry spoke, his voice low and even. "Draco," he said, his tone carrying none of the quality of a reprimand and rather more of a genuine inquiry, "have you thought about what you actually gained from taking the Remembrall from Longbottom? In public, in front of the whole hall." Draco blinked, plainly having not framed the question that way before. I just can't stand the way he stumbles through everything. I wanted to embarrass him." "Did you?" Henry tilted his head slightly. "Everyone present saw Longbottom's distress while being mocked, and then they watched you hand the Remembrall back and walk away quickly the moment Professor McGonagall appeared. The Remembrall returned to its owner untouched. You received a public reprimand, albeit only a look." Draco opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was nothing in that account to argue with. Henry had described the sequence of events in the plainest possible terms, and in doing so had stripped away everything Draco might have preferred to call mischief or a show of confidence, leaving only the outcome itself. "It's rather like wizard's chess," Henry continued, tapping one finger lightly against the tabletop as though marking a square on an invisible board. "You lunge forward to take an unimportant pawn, and in doing so you move your own piece into the range of your opponent's castle and hand them the moral high ground to stand on. The exchange doesn't balance." He shifted slightly in his seat, his manner that of someone sharing an observation rather than delivering a verdict. "Consider a different angle, Draco." He paused, and his gaze moved to include Pansy and Daphne as well. "What role do you think pure-blood wizards ought to play in the wizarding world? ++++++++. 450 PS equals 2 extra chapters. Comment. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Political Enlightenment 2. The question landed somewhat abruptly. Draco was still working through his frustration over the Remembrall incident, and when it came, he answered almost before he had finished processing it. "The noblest, of course. We possess the purest magical core. Bloodline means talent and it means standing. We are born to a higher station than those others." He said it as though it were simply a matter of fact, though his tone carried an edge of unprepared stiffness beneath the certainty. Pansy responded faster, and with more pragmatism. She set her teacup down and said, in a tone that held as much ambition as it did conviction, "To maintain the purity and honor of the family, and to ensure that our knowledge and traditions are not diluted. And of course to hold enough power and influence to protect what belongs to us and to preserve the proper order of things. Her eyes gleamed. The order she was describing was clearly one in which pure-blood families sat at the center of it. Daphne was quiet for a little longer, her slender fingers tracing the rim of her bone china cup. When she spoke, her voice was soft but deliberate. I think perhaps a guardian's role? Pure-blood families have inherited a great deal of ancient knowledge and magic. These are genuine treasures of the magical world, and we have a responsibility to see that they are maintained and preserved. Her answer was gentler in tone than Draco's or Pansy's, but at its core it placed pure-bloods in the same elevated position. Henry listened without interrupting. He poured himself more tea, the steam curling upward in a thin ribbon, and said nothing for a moment. An interesting set of perspectives. His voice, when he did speak, was unhurried and even, but it carried a quality that made all three of them sit a little straighter without quite meaning to. Noble. Core. Guardian. These are all fine words, and they genuinely reflect how many pure-blood families understand themselves and their place in the world. He set the teapot down and raised his eyes, his gaze carrying a quality of distance, as though he were looking past the walls of the little tea room to something considerably larger. But have you ever considered what the actual foundation is for any of those roles? Whatever justification is offered for them, does the authority rest on something inherent to the bloodline itself, or does it rest on the fact that pure-blood families have historically controlled the most essential resources in the wizarding world, knowledge, wealth, and power? He let the question sit. If status is determined solely by bloodline, then that claim becomes vulnerable the moment bloodline is no longer universally accepted as the only measure of worth. Muggle-born witches and wizards are demonstrating considerable talent with increasing regularity. And if the role is simply about protecting ancient knowledge, that guardianship becomes complicated when the knowledge begins to be acquired and transmitted through other means entirely. Draco's brow furrowed. He did not like the direction this was heading, and made no particular effort to conceal it. Pansy's expression had grown thoughtful. Daphne pressed her lips together very slightly. Which brings us back to the original question, Henry said, steering the conversation without any appearance of doing so. Does snatching a remembrall from Longbottom align with the role of guardian or nobleman you each just described? To engage personally with a notoriously clumsy classmate over a small glass trinket, for the sake of a moment's amusement, I don't think that reads as a sophisticated act. Draco's face colored again, this time with something closer to genuine embarrassment. In my view, Henry continued, his voice gentling slightly, if pure-blood wizards truly intend to occupy the kind of decisive position you are each describing, it is not enough to simply assert that you are different, or that you are superior. That position has to be demonstrated through the ability to actually hold it. His gaze moved across the three of them. It is not demonstrated by bullying those who are weaker. It is not maintained by displaying inherited wealth. It is not even secured by preserving the purity of blood alone. That kind of position requires corresponding ability and vision, and above all else, it requires the wisdom and restraint to lead. Lead. Draco murmured, turning the word over. It landed differently from guide or protect, something rawer and more direct. Yes, lead, Henry said without hesitation. Or if you prefer something more blunt, rule. The substance is similar either way. It means shaping the rules, directing resources, setting the course, and maintaining a certain order. The art of it lies in knowing when to make power visible and when to hold it in reserve, knowing how to use an opponent's mistakes, even those of someone like Longbottom, to your own advantage, rather than descending to his level personally to compete over a glass ball. He gestured briefly toward the spread of refreshments on the table. Why do we meet like this, rather than arguing in the common room? Because in a setting like this, we can identify people who think clearly, build connections that are actually worth having, and present ourselves as we intend to be seen, composed, far-sighted, and capable, rather than impulsive and petty. He picked up his teacup before continuing. Longbottom made a mistake. His remembrall turned red. That was entirely his own concern. A person who understands power observes it from a distance and remains detached. They might, if it served their purposes, offer a composed and generous word of assistance at the right moment as a demonstration of superiority and calm rather than spite. They would never rush forward to snatch the thing out of his hands. That approach is too low, and it hands others exactly the kind of opening they need to use against you. He paused. I often think that the oldest ruling families of the Muggle world and the ancient pure-blood families of the Wizarding world face a remarkably similar set of challenges. Both are built on bloodline, tradition, and accumulated resource. Both carry the responsibility of maintaining something. And both must learn, sooner or later, the same foundational lesson, that true power lies not in what you can take away from someone, but in what you can offer, and in the lower impulses you can demonstrate you have no need to act on. Driving potential allies or neutral parties toward the opposing side is the worst possible move in any serious contest for influence. The words settled over the three of them like cold water, quietly dissolving something. Henry had not dismissed what the purebloods wanted for themselves. He had taken it seriously enough to hold it to a far higher and more exacting standard. The message was clear enough without being stated: if you want to rule, then first learn how a ruler thinks and behaves. Taking remembrals from clumsy classmates is the entertainment of someone with nothing better to do with their power. Using the mistakes of opponents to shape your own image is the approach of someone who intends to actually win. His final observation continued to echo. Draco had gone entirely quiet. Behind his grey eyes, several things appeared to be happening at once: shock, a trace of involuntary resistance, the disorienting sensation of being made to view something from a height he had not expected to be taken to, and underneath all of it, a current of something that felt uncomfortably close to excitement. Pansy's breathing had quickened. The picture Henry had drawn was far more sophisticated than anything she had previously imagined for herself. Daphne was watching Henry with a stillness and intensity that she had not shown before, as though something had come properly into focus. The understanding of power that this Muggle royal had just laid out was a different kind of education entirely from anything she had been raised on: more serious, more demanding, and in some way she was still working out, more true. Henry did not press the point further. He let the conversation find its own natural end, as though everything he had just said had been nothing more than a passing observation over tea. "The tea's getting cold," he said, gesturing for everyone to help themselves. ++++++++. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Flying Talent. On Saturday evening, the fireplace crackled in the Slytherin common room. Draco was restless, his gaze drifting repeatedly toward Henry, who sat on the sofa reading the history of magic. Finally, as though having made up his mind about something, he stood and walked over. "Hey, Henry. It's Sunday tomorrow and the weather looks promising." He tapped the floor lightly with one foot. "Flint, our Quidditch captain, and I have arranged to go down to the Quidditch pitch tomorrow morning to try out some brooms. A few of the team members will be doing rehabilitation training as well. Would you like to come along? Of course, if brooms don't interest you, that's perfectly fine." The last part sounded like something added to soften a request he was already committed to making. It was clear enough what was happening. After the Remembrall incident and the conversation over afternoon tea, Draco had been quietly recalibrating. He was trying to rebuild a connection, or perhaps demonstrate his own worth, using the one domain he was most confident in. Inviting Henry to the Quidditch pitch was, in his mind, a sophisticated form of reaching out. Henry closed his book. He thought of the flying lesson notice, and recognized this for what it also was: an opportunity to step into one of the Wizarding world's most central social rituals and observe an important circle within Slytherin from the inside. "Sounds interesting," he said, smiling. "I'd love to see it. Thank you for the invitation, Draco." Draco's face brightened immediately, his earlier nervousness giving way to his more familiar air of self-possession. Settled, then. We'll go together after breakfast. You'll see what real flying looks like, nothing like those toy brooms they hand out in class. On Sunday morning, the Quidditch pitch looked exceptionally vast in the clear autumn light. When Henry and Draco arrived, several tall figures in Slytherin Quidditch robes were already waiting at the edge of the field. Captain Marcus Flint, who had the look of someone who had once lost an argument with a doorframe, was gruffly directing two teammates through their warm-up. He glanced at the arrivals, gave Draco a brief nod, and subjected Henry to an undisguised appraisal. The look was more calculating than welcoming. "Malfoy, keep your friend off the practice area," he said gruffly. "Last thing I need is someone catching a stray ball to the head." He added, with a slight edge of mockery, "Or you could teach your prince here to stop a broom from rolling around." A burst of rough laughter came from the nearby teammates. Draco's color rose slightly, but he straightened his back and patted his broom. "He doesn't need teaching, Flint. Henry picks things up quickly." He turned to Henry and lowered his voice. "Ignore them. That's just how they are. Come on, I'll show you." Draco mounted his broom and rose a few feet from the ground, demonstrating a series of smooth hovers and slow, controlled turns. His technique was genuinely more refined than most first years, the product of evident training rather than mere enthusiasm. Henry watched his movements, then picked up one of the 7-star sweeps left on the sidelines for visitors. It was a slightly older model, but usable enough. "Up," he said clearly. The broom leapt steadily into his hand. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, something shifted. Practicing spells required conscious direction and deliberate control of magic flying, he sensed immediately, operated on something different: balance, spatial instinct, the kind of wordless understanding between a rider and the thing beneath him. It reminded him of learning to ride as a child, of learning to move with a horse rather than against it, of feeling the wind as information rather than obstacle. "Not bad," Draco called down from the air. "Come up and get a feel for it. Don't go too high yet, just settle in." Henry mounted the broom and pushed off from the ground. The 7-star sweep climbed smoothly, without so much as a jolt. He found his balance almost at once. The feeling was immediate and natural, as though some part of him already understood how to distribute his weight and communicate with the broom through the subtlest shifts of his body. He leaned forward and the broom accelerated, he eased back and it slowed. His turns were astonishingly clean, the curves tracing through the air without any of the awkward wobbling of a beginner. "Hey! You're good." Draco flew closer, genuinely surprised. "Your control is far better than someone on their first flight. You've got some real talent for this." Henry didn't answer. He was listening to it, the wind past his ears, the ground shrinking away below, the particular quality of freedom and the accompanying desire for precision that came with height. It felt good. Very good. He tried a low, shallow dive and pulled up lightly as the grass approached, his robe snapping in the air behind him, the movement clean and unhesitating. Flint and the other players, who had been watching with only casual interest, gradually stopped what they were doing. "Was that a Wronski feint?" one of the chasers said, almost involuntarily. "Merlin's beard, is this actually his first time on a broom?" "The broom's a bit old, but the control is good," another chaser observed. "His center of gravity is right. No unnecessary shifting on the turns." Flint crossed his arms. Something had changed in his expression. He didn't care about bloodline or Muggle background. The Quidditch pitch had its own measure of a person, and it had nothing to do with either. "Hey! You up there!" He raised his voice toward Henry. "Dare to push it faster? Go around the edge of the pitch so we can see your straights and your turns." Draco looked slightly tense in the air, but Henry gave Flint a small nod, lowered his body, fixed his eyes on the edge of the pitch, and calculated his angle and speed. Then the 7-star sweep shot forward. The acceleration was not the sharp, explosive burst of a Nimbus 2000, but it was far beyond anything an ordinary first-time rider should have been capable of. Henry held the broom tightly, the wind flattening his hair, his body settled and completely steady. He drove straight ahead without hesitation, then before the turning point, he leaned smoothly forward and let the broom carry him through a clean, precise arc, completing the turn just above the edge of the pitch with almost no loss of speed. He came down after one full loop and landed evenly, the broom barely shuddering. A short silence followed. Flint slapped one hand against his own palm with a sharp crack. His face remained largely without expression, but his eyes were different. Not bad. Really not bad. He walked over and looked Henry up and down, his breathing only marginally elevated. You've genuinely never flown before? Not anywhere, not somewhere Muggle either. First time, Henry said, dismounting with composure. He was aware that his heart was beating somewhat faster than usual, but the feeling was closer to exhilaration than nerves. Even without wings, something in people never quite stopped wanting the sky. Draco landed beside him, his expression a mixture of surprise and unmistakable pride. See, Flint. I told you he learns fast. He turned to Henry, his tone bright with enthusiasm. You have real talent, Henry. Especially your cornering, it's so controlled. If you had a Nimbus 2000 instead of that old thing. Flint stroked his chin, turning something over. The broom held you back, but the foundation is clearly there. Quick reflexes, no fear of speed, and more importantly, a clear head. He regarded Henry steadily. Interested in coming out to the pitch to practice more? You're welcome to watch team training as well. First years can't join the team, obviously, but there's nothing stopping you from getting familiar with things early. Plus. Someone asked in the comments where his system is. That will be explained later, but in the latest Part-1 chapter, it was activated after he met the right conditions. 100 PS equals extra 1 chapter. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, A Two-Step Plan. Joining the Slytherin team as a reserve? Henry found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he was genuinely interested. There was a logic at work here that ran contrary to a certain common assumption. In European and American schools, academic achievement does not, as a rule, make a person popular. The ones who are truly sought after are the athletes. As for whether throwing himself into sport was beneath the dignity of the British royal family, history had already settled that question. Being incapable on a field of play was the real indignity. His grandfather, after all, had won his grandmother's heart not only with his looks but with the agile, easy confidence of a man who could handle himself on a tennis court or in a kayak. His father, Charles, by all accounts a more bookish sort, had reportedly not enjoyed his time at Gordon's Tune particularly. His studious nature had made him a target. Status meant nothing to a 13-year-old determined to make his feelings known through a fist. William, in his own time, had faced isolation at school as well until he became captain of the swimming and rugby teams, at which point things changed very quickly indeed. Sport was a powerful currency for earning recognition among peers, and a far more immediate one than rank or title. Even J.K. Rowling, who had been something of an isolated bookish type in her own school days, had woven this truth into her writing without perhaps fully realizing it. The popular Lily, after all, had ultimately chosen the athletic James Potter. Some patterns in human nature were very consistent. Academic ability could earn the house points and establish competence. Afternoon tea could build meaningful connections and quiet influence within a smaller circle. But to gain broad and immediate recognition from a group, particularly one like Slytherin, which had a deep instinctive respect for demonstrated strength, the Quidditch pitch was the most direct stage available. Henry accepted Flint's invitation. Draco landed beside him a moment later, his face still flushed from the morning's flying. What are you thinking about, Henry? Isn't Quidditch extraordinary? I told you it's far more interesting than staring at those musty books in the library. It's considerably more challenging and more enjoyable than I expected, Henry said, turning away from the pitch with a smile. Thank you for bringing me here, Draco. I think it might be worth investing some real time in. Draco looked extremely satisfied, in the manner of someone who has led a friend to discover something they themselves had always known was worth finding. Of course it is. Come to training often from now on. I'll have a word with Flint. He dropped his voice slightly, with the air of sharing something useful. Between us, I've heard Flint has been complaining that his 7 stars are a bit out of sorts, and his family isn't keen on replacing them with a Nimbus this year. If you could help in some small way, even just mentioning that you know someone at one of the broomstick suppliers in Diagon Alley, he'd consider you one of his own. Henry nodded. This was Draco offering goodwill and, at the same time, quietly explaining the rules of the game as Slytherin played it. That evening, back in the dormitory, Theodore was studying the Standard Book of Spells by candlelight. He looked up and offered a greeting as Henry came in. Henry responded, sat down at his desk, and spread out a fresh sheet of parchment. He wanted Sir Arnold's perspective on this that steady, experienced advisor who had a particular gift for holding seemingly instinctive choices up to rational scrutiny. Dear Sir Arnold, this morning I accompanied Mr. Malfoy to the Quidditch pitch for a test flight and made an unexpected discovery. I appear to possess a reasonable natural talent for flying. My broom control was steady, and my reaction time and spatial awareness seem adequate. This was enough to draw the initial notice of Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Flint, who has given me leave to observe team training. Mr. Malfoy has also suggested, not subtly, that making something of myself in this area would considerably assist my integration into the inner circle of the house. Quidditch holds a unique social and symbolic position at Hogwarts, and I am inclined to invest some effort in it. However, this raises questions of time, potentially equipment, and most importantly whether this fits within your established long-term thinking. I would be grateful for your assessment of the potential gains and risks. Sincerely, Henry. On the second page, he appended his observations of the Slytherin Quidditch players, their general characters and dispositions, and the way each of them had responded to him that morning. The reply arrived faster than he had expected. The following evening, Mercury dropped the letter onto his dinner plate with characteristic composure. Sir Arnold's view was that Henry should seize the opportunity and actively pursue a place on the house team, ideally before the year was out. He should set his sights on one of the key positions, seeker or chaser, and Sir Arnold was clear that at this stage of building influence within Hogwarts, this was the strongest available strategy. He was equally clear on one point: Henry should not use money to smooth the path. That kind of approach left a particular impression, and it was not the one they were working to build. Henry folded the letter away. As he did, a thought surfaced. He had forgotten some of the finer details of the original story by now, but he still remembered clearly enough that Harry Potter had been permitted to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year after his flying talent caught Professor McGonagall's attention during a specific incident. He also remembered, with some detachment, that Ron Weasley's rat was Peter Pettigrew, but that was entirely someone else's problem. Ron's older brothers were walking around with the Marauders map, watching their younger brother spend time daily with someone listed as Peter Pettigrew, and apparently drawing no conclusions from it. Henry had no particular desire to involve himself in any of that. His foundational principle at Hogwarts was simple enough: stay clear of the trio, and the vast majority of the associated dangers would take care of themselves. Besides, Hermione was a committed progressive, and he, as the descendant of an aggressively imperialist line of monarchs, did not imagine they would find much common ground. He set the letter aside and tapped his fingertips lightly against the smooth desk. If Potter could be granted an exception to the rule against first years joining house teams, then in principle a path existed. The mechanics of how it had happened for Potter were worth considering carefully. Two things had made it possible in his case: first, Professor McGonagall had personally witnessed an extraordinary display of flying talent while Potter caught Neville's falling. Remembrall, 2nd, as head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall carried enough authority and force of will to push through the exception herself. So what about his own situation? After the morning's test flight, his talent had been noted by Flint and several of the team members, which was a foundation. The complication was Professor Snape. As head of Slytherin, Snape would be the one to decide whether to make the same kind of exception. Exceptional raw ability might not be enough on its own. Snape was not the sort of person who made exceptions simply because the talent was there. And yet, Henry's mind moved through it steadily. What if Potter, the person Snape disliked most in the school, were to join the Gryffindor team on the strength of his flying? The man already couldn't look at Potter without seeing James. And now, rather than inheriting his mother's gift for potions, the boy appeared to have inherited his father's gift for Quidditch instead. Henry could imagine Snape's expression quite vividly. A two-step plan began to take shape. +++++++. 100 PS equals extra 1 chapter. You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, all according to plan. The sky on Thursday afternoon was a clear, deep blue, with a few wisps of cloud hanging lazily overhead like drifting feathers. On the broad lawn in front of Hogwarts Castle, 2 rows of worn flying brooms lay neatly arranged, veterans awaiting inspection, every last one of them with a broomstick that had seen better days. Madame Hooch, with her short grey hair and sharp, hawk-like yellow eyes, stood before the assembled first years. Her voice was crisp and carried easily across the open air. Extend your right hand over your broom and say clearly, "Up! Up!" Dozens of voices rang out together. Henry's broom, an old relic with a slightly loose broomstick, rose smoothly into his palm on the command without unnecessary wobbling. He noticed that Draco's broom shot upward almost before the word had fully left his mouth, and a smug expression crossed Draco's face accordingly. Neville Longbottom's broom, meanwhile, gave a pained twitch on the ground and went still. Up! Up! Neville's voice climbed toward panic, his round face already sheened with sweat. The broom finally leapt and slammed heavily against his chin before clattering back to the ground. Several Slytherins scoffed. Draco showed his teeth in a grin, then seemed to remember something and pressed his lips together. Madame Hooch proceeded to demonstrate the correct way to mount without slipping, and how to push off cleanly at takeoff. When I blow my whistle, kick off hard, hold the upward lift for a few feet, lean forward slightly, and touch back down. Clear. Her yellow eyes moved across each face in turn. On my whistle. 3-2. Neville, in his anxiety at being left on the ground, slammed his foot down the moment she reached 2. Come back, child! Madame Hooch cried, but it was already far too late. Neville launched skyward like a cork from a champagne bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Henry squinted upward, watching the stout figure sway violently, his fingers clamped so tightly around the broom handle that his knuckles had gone white. The broom lurched and spun in erratic arcs, entirely beyond any semblance of control. Merlin, Pansy murmured, her hand going to her mouth. He'll break his neck. There was no mockery in it. She sounded as though she genuinely meant it. Draco tilted his head back, watching with bright, curious eyes, as though observing a particularly unpredictable experiment. At 30 feet, Neville's face had gone the color of chalk. The broom lurched sideways and he began to slip, first losing one hand and hanging from the side of the broom, his legs kicking uselessly in empty air. Hold on! Madame Hooch called up to him, but she was an older witch and could not get to him in time. Henry watched Neville's remaining hand begin to give way, finger by finger losing their grip on the handle. His mind completed the calculation in an instant. He kicked off from the ground. His takeoff was clean and immediate, the broom rising through a smooth arc, his robes snapping behind him in the wind. His eyes did not leave the falling boy. Neville lost his final grip and let out a short, sharp scream as he began to drop. Henry adjusted direction, the broom cutting a sharp zigzagging line through the air as he closed the distance fast, 20 feet, 15 feet. He could see the raw terror on Neville's face. He made a choice that was not, strictly speaking, a cautious one, throwing the broom sideways and holding it nearly horizontal, his left hand anchoring the handle, his right arm reaching out. "Grab me!" Neville's flailing arm found Henry's wrist and seized it on instinct. In the same moment, the broom he had been clinging to fell away entirely. He cried out as the drop began. Henry gritted his teeth, using the momentum of the fall to swing his broom hard, pulling Neville's weight onto it with him. The students on the ground had been standing rigid, craning on their toes, barely breathing. When it became clear that the rescue had succeeded, the lawn erupted. It would have been the ideal moment for a triumphant fanfare. The Slytherin students in particular threw their hands above their heads, jumping and cheering toward Henry as though welcoming a returning general. He appreciated the sentiment while privately thinking that the display was perhaps a little much. He guided the broom down in a slow, controlled descent. Neville's feet touched the grass and he folded immediately into a heap, panting hard, his whole body shaking. Henry dismounted with a steadier bearing than the situation perhaps required. There was a vivid red mark around his right wrist and his shoulder throbbed with a dull insistence, though his breathing remained even despite the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "Mr. Longbottom!" Madame Hooch rushed over, her face pale. She checked him quickly and found nothing beyond scrapes and considerable shock. "And you?" She turned on Henry, her yellow eyes carrying the specific expression of someone who has just had 10 years taken off her life. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You might both have been seriously hurt." "He was more than 30 feet off the ground, Madame Hooch," Henry said, his voice entirely calm for someone who had just conducted a mid-air recovery. "If I hadn't intervened, he would have broken something at the very least, and quite possibly far worse." Madame Hooch opened her mouth, then closed it again, and let out a long breath. "You acted bravely, and your judgment was sound. 10 points to Slytherin." Her tone made it clear the bravery and the recklessness were, in her view, the same thing. She turned her attention immediately to a shallow cut on Neville's wrist, a scrape from the broomstick during the struggle. "I'm taking him to the hospital wing. Everyone!" She raised her voice sharply across the lawn. "Not 1 foot off the ground until I return. Anyone who goes up in the air will be expelled before they've finished their first game of Quidditch. Is that understood?" She paused and looked back at Henry. "You'd best come with me as well, Mr. Welsh." She put her arm around the still trembling Neville and helped him toward the castle. Henry fell into step behind them. As he passed, his eye caught the remembrall lying on the grass where Neville had dropped it. He did not pick it up. Instead, he gave it a casual sideways kick that sent it rolling toward the Slytherin side of the group. This was part of the plan. Getting Potter onto the Gryffindor team would make his own path onto the Slytherin team considerably more defensible. Draco, after Henry's conversation with him over tea, might be inclined to leave Neville's remembrall alone, but Potter was another matter entirely. Harry had already turned down Draco's offer of friendship, and Draco could not stand having that particular reminder walking around in front of him. He would not be able to help himself. Children placed their pride above almost everything else. And beyond that, it gave Draco another opportunity to see the consequences of acting on impulse rather than judgment. What was the expression? A win all round. By the time afternoon classes had ended, a particular kind of animated energy had taken hold of the Slytherin dungeons. News of the flying lesson had spread rapidly, collecting embellishments with each telling. "I heard Potter nearly hit the ground going after the remembrall. Henry actually caught Longbottom with his bare hands? From what height? Did you see Professor McGonagall take Potter away afterward? Plus 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 plus. Mission accomplished, extra chapter incoming." You can support me on ko-fi.com/palevolt100 or patreon.com/palevolt100. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.